God, every week. Uh, it is just never ending. Yeah, that is no problem at all. We are getting started with week 8 here. Monarch legal, pretty cool. But we got no Monarch heroes, which is a little bit strange. Not what I thought I'd be seeing. I thought everybody was going to be on the new stuff, but I guess not. It looks like just an Ira into Bravo matchup. The Bravos player is Moody. The Ira player is Victor. So I guess key points in this matchup for Bravo is that you really have to be able to keep the pressure up. Ooh, and starting with a Towering Titan, that is a pretty good start. I'm not gonna lie. That's what you want to see as the Bravo player. That's for sure. Hopefully, he draws something that allows him to, um, like some big attack, a Spinal Crush or Crippling Crush, something along those lines. Because if you are able to Towering Titan one of those attacks, it's almost impossible for the arrow to block it unless she has like the perfect hand. So looks like the arrow is going to start coming in here for some Kadachi poke, just the standard, the classic, and we'll see if what kind of follow ups from there. The arrow did get to go second, so yeah, pretty good. Oh, love that. Perfect. First point for 7, pretty good. Usually it's followed up with the fact that he has 2 cards in hand makes me think that there might be a razor in there. Because yeah, oh for sure, for sure. Yep, 100%. I definitely would not use the boots this early into the game, so I feel like it's definitely got to be a razor. And Moody has the difficult decision of deciding if he wants to be blocking or not, based on the fact that he has a Towering Titan in play. Um,
Nice.
keeping a good attack in hand to be able to swing back with is pretty important here. So
Alrighty, I'm just gonna quickly check my microphone as well. They were not able to hear it. That is good. There we go. It wouldn't be Gauntlet. Okay, so we did raise it. Yeah, it wouldn't be Gauntlet without a ton of technical issues. You know how it goes. The names are backwards
of
on
course,
stream.
yeah. So there you go. The razor comes out just as we expected, and then we'll see what he ends up following up with. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a red Soul Bead Strike. Pretty good. He doesn't have any resource left, so it's not necessarily a must block or anything like that if you were to get the go again. Um, I don't think, I don't think if you're the Bravo player, you're too worried about it. You just either take the 4 damage or block with another card from hand. But it looks like oh, it was actually a blue Soul Bead Strike, so he's just going to take it. You definitely need to keep the cards in your hand to be able to swing back, so better to just eat the damage, I guess. Give your opponent the mass draw, which he may have forgotten about, I'm not sure. But either way, he'll be able to come in with some sort of huge attack this turn. Doesn't need to be dominated or anything like that. It'll allow him to get all the cards out of his opponent's hand. I feel like the dominate would probably just be 4 if he wants to get a lot of damage and prevent the attack from being blocked. So
Yeah, interested to see
making
what this will be, because yeah, obviously went down to 14 for it. I
it's got. I mean, it's got to be something.
Huh.
I can't imagine you take all that damage for no
Yeah, for sure. I
reason.
mean, you like if
Oh,
you get the Towering Titan turn 1, you gotta do your
yeah.
thing. Okay, yeah. I mean,
Oh,
very
it's a crush
very
the
tame.
week.
Yeah, crush the weak. It's only blue though, so still very
Yeah.
tame.
Not definitely not the best follow up after being able to Towering Titan turn 1, but sometimes I mean the deck is 50% blue, right? So sometimes you draw into those blue attacks, and that's what you have to play for
Mm-hmm.
your Towering Titan
What's the
follow up.
total on this, by the way, Dante? So we had blue Towering Titan and a blue Crush the week.
I don't even know what Blue Crush the Week hits for, to be honest with you.
It's
I think it's like
probably
5
5,
damage.
right? That's kind of the
Yeah,
standard.
yeah. So it's probably coming in for 9,
Mm-hmm.
10.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would assume. I
something
would
along
assume it's
those
for 10. If
lines.
anybody knows better, please correct us. But yeah, by the way, Monarch is legal for this round 1. Obviously, with the technical issues, we kind of choose someone quickly, so we do have these a little bit of a throwback. So I'm sure that we're gonna see Levia, Prism, um, Big Boy Shane, and
Yeah, we'll try and get those
Bolton
decks
later.
on stream for you guys as well. Well, before we put on the feature match, whoever's on stream, we'll take a look and see if anybody's playing any of the new heroes, and we'll try and get them on stream if they're at the higher tables. So
Yeah, it does look like we have a little bit of a life discrepancy as well. 15 and 14 on the
Yeah, 15 and
respective.
14.
I was oh, okay, back up to
Oh,
15.
it looks like okay. Yeah,
fixed.
we fixed it. Yeah.
13 damage. Got
Ooh,
it.
and
Cool.
he did get that red flick flack.
Not bad though, because he's gonna be blocking for 8. If it is 13, then he is still going to take the trigger. Yeah. So
No,
taking 5.
Yeah.
Cool. So crush the weak will have its crush effect, but shouldn't be too bad for Ira here.
No, I don't think so. It's not really one of the ones that you're worried about if you're
It's like
an Ira player.
it's like the anti-Benji card, right?
Yeah, you shake it off. Yeah, whatever. So we'll see what the Ira does now. No Arsenal or anything like that. There's a card out of hand, so I believe the Ira player still has a 3-card hand after all that.
Yep.
Um,
Flick out of Arsenal, Crane Dance out of. By the way, in terms of like the macro perspective of this matchup, how do you feel as the Ira player, Dante?
what do you mean by macro?
Yeah, from like at a top level, do you feel favored in this matchup? How do you plan to win? Like, what is your general strategy when going up against Bravo?
For me, I don't know. All Ira players are different. I'm more of a defensive player, so I always make sure that I have a defense reaction in my arsenal. I think it's important that what a lot of players will do is that they'll see a big attack coming in and they'll play the defense reaction out of their arsenal when if they are crushed by that, big attack, it doesn't really matter. Like the crush effect isn't, you know, significant for you. Whereas getting crushed by something like a crippling crush or a spinal crush specifically are, pretty it's basically the worst thing that can happen. That's what I feel like.
Ooh, that's an exude confidence right there, by the way.
Confidence, yeah. But I feel like those are the attacks that you want to be saving your defense reactions for, not necessarily defending things like crush the weak, for example. I'm not sure if the crush of the week was dominated.
It was.
It was okay.
I mean, it looked like you did. Okay, so we got a razor reflex on the exude confidence. Kind of interesting because I guess exude confidence has its like almost like a pseudo razor reflex on it at instant speed for the blue. Actually, I wonder how that card will perform in Ira. Obviously, it's a target of Snapdragon Scalers, target of razor reflex like we saw, but the Ira is typically a pretty heavy blue deck, so exude confidence can get buffed quite a bit with its instant ability.
Oh, for sure. You could end up exuding for like 10 damage at the end of your turn, and if that's the only card you play and your opponent doesn't realize that you can buff it more than once, which I have fallen victim to, I'm not going to lie, then it can be pretty devastating, especially when they end up buffing it more than once, and it's not something that you're expecting, and they're coming in for a lethal amount of damage. No defense reactions or anything can be played afterwards. So
yeah, CNC for 6 here, not bluffing a pummel though. Most likely looking to Arsenal. I can't imagine anything else unless it's like a Sigil of Solace, but that's got to be very nice for the Ira to see. It's a very tame attack to deal with. If he had had the two resources somehow, that would be terrifying. But yeah, it's gonna be an easy block for 6. Ira's gonna work with 2 cards. Ira can do an incredible amount of damage off of 2 cards. And it's his tunic turn as well.
Yep. Could be a Kodachi flying kick or something like that.
Yep, classic.
Yeah, it looked like his hand was pretty blue heavy too, so he didn't mind blocking up the Command and Conquer there. If your hand's a little bit better, sometimes you can just take the damage. You don't have anything in your arsenal anyway, so it's not like the amount of damage that you're taking is, detrimental to you in any way. It's just basically life off, but if you're able to keep the pressure up by taking a little bit of damage, then it ends up being better. It looks like he's blocked with a yellow pummel here, actually, which is interesting.
Yeah, off the draw there.
Yeah, when I see a yellow...
Ooh, baby! Do you see that? You know what that is?
I can't tell what card that is, but I know it's new.
I'm pretty sure it's Brutal Assault. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong.
Wait, is that the Dante Delfico tech?
I think that is the Dante Delfico tech. That's a Brutal...
You can't be.
Net deck that straight away. Oh, dude, it is. Let's go.
Wow. It looked like a brand new card. It looked like one of the Monarch cards because it's so dark. But
you didn't even believe it.
Brutal Assault. Yeah. Oh my God. I never in my life did I think I'd see that again after I ran it in that in one of the first gauntlets.
Really, it worked so well for you. I'm surprised. It's basically a drone brutality, right?
God, it was just such a good card.
Okay, we got a remembrance coming in now from the Bravo player. Gonna target, looks like Command and Copper, Crippling Crush, and yep, another Command and Conquer. Pretty standard. Assuming he's just gonna swing for the hammer with 4 or go ahead and Arsenal. Either way, the Ira player can't be feeling too bad. Pretty easy
No,
turn
if
to
you're the
deal with.
hour player, you're up this much on life. You still have, pretty good amount of tempo going into your turn, especially after the Bravo player's not going to be doing much here.
Yeah.
You're feeling pretty great. You you've exhausted 2 pieces of armor. Well, not exhausted, but you've gotten a block out of 2 pieces of armor. The major block from the tectonic plating and the crater fist. So you've only got a little bit more armor to chip through, and then after that,
Takes the
it's all
4.
gravy. So
Yeah, he takes the 4 there. He also we also have Snapdragon Scalers on the Iris side. I'm assuming this is going to be kind of a pivot turn where the Bravo player's not going to be able to keep a 4-card hand for the rest of this game.
Nope, I don't think so either. It's probably going to be quite a bit of damage coming through. So we're pitching the blue soul bead. I would guess usually when these turns come, it's when you have something like an E strike in your hand that can either have go again or buff itself, and then you'd go again with snapdragons.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see an E strike on a huge turn like this from the Ira, especially when you keep every card in your hand. But I guess we'll
down to
find
5.
out. It looks like Moody has
go.
taken a lot of this damage to try and be able to swing back. Either that or he's preparing for the worst.
Ooh, light tap. Yeah, that's almost worse right there.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say that's the other card that you have to watch out for is the light tap, but it's gonna be light tap for 4 here, so likely at least 1 damage is gonna be getting through. The issue with letting the damage through is that, of course, the mask is still up, and you definitely don't want your opponent to be able to draw. So it's really important for Moody to be fully blocking this, and that's likely going to come from putting another point on your tectonic plating.
Yeah.
He did gesture towards it, so okay. So
we
he's
got a
blocking with the
full mini
4-hour
fridge,
set.
huh?
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Unfortunately, this is going to be followed up by another one.
Another like.
He's got another card in hand, right? But
Yeah, he does.
No resources. So interested to know what that is. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna leak 1 damage here. Go down to 4. Yep. Oof. Another Exude Confidence. How would it? I mean, Exude Confidence just because it's for 4, but I mean,
I know.
There's so many things there that just could have. I mean, it's important to present lethal, if you can. But did he not get an Arsenal card? Must have been his last card. We weren't paying attention.
Yeah, no, I thought he had an Arsenal too, so I guess we're both just blind, but that's okay. We'll see what Moody's able to swing back with here. I feel like if I'm the Bravo player, I'm trying not to. Ooh, okay. He might be going for the cheeky hammer for 10 play here.
Yeah, the old hammer for 10, classic.
Yeah. The Haydendale special.
Do you play it
until you have a remembrance in your hand?
Yeah, until you just don't play around it and you have a remembrance.
Yeah. That feels bad.
I think that looks better.
But we'll see. I don't know. I feel like when you have 2 cards in hand, and you've pitched something that costs 3, you definitely have to be thinking about the hammer for 10 as the Ira player. The thing is though, you still have 11 life.
Bro, you go down to 1. Who cares?
Just go down to 1, and it's not really the end of the world. If you're really scared of going down to 1 for whatever reason, you can block with the mask and a card from hand, which it looks like you're going to be doing. And then you stay at a relatively healthy life total. But at this point, the Bravo's at 4. It's 1
Sigil
block.
Solace, yeah.
Sigil, yeah.
I mean, it's gonna keep him in this game for a little bit longer, but Snapdragon Scalers that really can't be understated. That card is it's really gonna change the tempo of this game once he uses it.
No, for sure. If the Ira is able to get a good card into their arsenal, and then just wait and set up a
Here we go.
turn. But it looks like the Snapdragon Scalers are getting used this turn.
Looks like it. This could be Exude for. Is it an instant speed? It buffs it +3 or +2?
+2, I believe.
+2, yeah, I think that is correct. So up to 6, and then it would be up to 8. This could be an Exude for 8 here. I think
Could end up being for 8. My thought is that the Snapdragons are going to get popped, and then for the rest of the combat chain, I believe it is, there will be no arsenal, or not arsenals.
Yeah, there we go. We do. No,
No,
we do get the
no
Snapdragon there.
defense reactions or instants.
Ooh.
Sorry.
Pitches push the point. Okay.
And then going into
Oh yeah, for the rest of the no defense reactions, I forgot about that. That's pretty spicy.
no defense reactions or instants. I'm pretty sure. So if he was able to extend the combat chain a little longer, it might have benefited him more. But it looks like his hand wasn't the best. I might have thought to. Okay, I see. Buff it with that. Yeah.
So
I was
he
gonna say, I would
blocked.
have
He
thought
blocked
to
for
pitch-
6 pounding gale. Oh, because Ira's ability's got it, so he comes in for 1. Okay.
Yeah, he had to push the point in hand to keep the boots up because the boots are kind of they're like they're a huge part of your win condition at this point, unless you want to be decking the Bravo out. I might have pitched the Exude Confidence to Kadachi, which likely doesn't get blocked, and then play the push the point for 7 afterwards instead. But playing the Exude first is definitely a good way to get cards out of your opponent's hand. Especially if you have cards in your hand, they might think that they're blue and overblock to prevent themselves from dying. So either play works. I think that I probably would have preferred to have kept the boots up if I didn't have a huge turn. But I mean, to each their own. It seems to be working for him so far. So I can't.
Yeah, I mean, we see that the opponent played around the Exude for 8, and he had 3 reds in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it ends up working. Is that a nourishing emptiness? He just
that is a nourishing emptiness. I'm not
Interesting.
sure how that one. I guess nourishing emptiness for 7 can be a bit annoying, but right? No, because you don't even get the +1 intellect ability. It's just like it's like a brutal assault.
I think maybe it's in there just because it's a 2-cost attack that hits for 6, and if you're playing against Prism, it's just something to block them out with. He might have thought that he'd be seeing more Prisms in this tournament. I'm not sure, but yeah, Nourishing Emptiness. That might also explain the Brutal Assault, actually.
Yeah, to be honest, I would like
a lot of.
Would you
a lot of 6 attacks.
I'd consider Yellow Raging Onslaught before a couple of those.
Yeah, Yellow Raging Onslaught wouldn't be bad either.
I mean, I'm not saying that that's what you should put in your deck, but if you're looking for 6s, why not go for a yellow? Because Nourishing Emptiness is not going to be doing much in an Ira deck.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I guess I'm assuming that he probably thought he'd be seeing more Prisms. It's possible that in his local meta, a lot of players have picked up the new Prism deck. It is pretty strong if you can't block out those.
Have you tested it yourself, Prism versus Ira?
I have not. I did watch. There have been some tournaments going on the Canadian Discord that I've been watching. It seems like the way to beat Prism is just not to let any cards get into her soul. Specifically in Blitz, I'm sure that in CC it's a little bit different. I've only seen Blitz tournaments so far, but when I see Ira versus Prism, it's just the Ira fully blocks all the cards that would, like all the Phantasm cards basically, that would put something into the Prism player's soul.
Yeah.
And then the Prism player can't really do much because they're mostly playing the Luminaris, but they can't actually get a Spectral Shield out to be able to swing the Luminaris because they don't have any other auras.
Yeah.
Their whole deck is Phantasm attacks, right? So
it's interesting though because like Tall Warrior is the complete opposite strategy. It seems like in Tall Warrior you just kind of do all gas no brakes. And Prism, Prism. Really? Well, I mean you don't even race. Like Prism just can't block well, and then Prism just loses to like it seems like. From when we've tested it, Prism loses to the snowball effect of Dorinthia. Can't effectively block, and then also can't play on low card hands effectively either. Like Ira can play, a 8 to 10 damage turn off of two cards. Yeah. Like Prism just can't do anything. Yeah. And like Dory gets you get the counter, so you have to respect the damage coming out usually. But yeah, Prism going first. I mean, it's just weird too because in Dorinthia you can also play you can just like in this meta you can just double up the CNCs. It's not even a big downside. Like we might have even played that in the Skirmish season 1 or in the Crucible season, whatever you want to call it. But I don't even think you need more 6 attacks than two CNCs, to be honest. Like it's been easy to deal with when I've played a couple games not only in testing but also in local meta where Dorinthia seemed to be very strong in a Prism.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't tested it myself, obviously, but I can definitely see Dorinthia being strong into Prism, which is funny because if you talk to the general player, most of them will say that
double E strike.
Yeah, double E strike. Yikes, that's pretty.
Just a little 12 damage.
Yeah. That is a lot. Um, but yeah, a lot of players would say that they feel Dorinthia isn't really that great into Prism. Now, I don't know if they're talking about CC or if they're talking about Blitz,
Yeah.
but it seems that there are a lot of split opinions on these new heroes. But which makes sense. I mean, it's really hard to be sure of what's good, what's not good
Yeah.
with a lot of the new classes.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right? I thought the same thing. Like, I literally thought Prism would just destroy Warrior until I played the matchup, and it's just like I don't know. It's just kind of it's hard to play against Dorinthia without defense reactions when you can't block with cards from your hand and then effectively hit back with like minimal cards. Because like I mean, the Bravo matchup feels okay into Dorinthia, but you have like the staunch response, you have the unmovables, you have all these efficient ways to deal with Dorinthia.
Yeah.
And in like the new Prism builds, obviously they're not fine tuned. But if you're just blocking with like 3 blocks, and some of your stuff blocks for 2, some blocks for none, it's just really tough to deal with. It seems like.
Yeah. I guess you're not wrong. I'll have to test the matchup myself. I have some cards coming. I just got my hands on a Luminaris, so I should be able to.
Is that a cold foil?
It is a cold foil, yes.
Oh
So
no,
I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to using it. Ooh, the sigil from the Ira too. That's just insult to injury, you know.
Yeah. What do you think about Nourishing Emptiness? It's an interesting card, right?
Nourishing Emptiness seems like it could be really good. I was talking to a couple of Kano players and they said that they've been trying it in the Kano deck and they actually really like it.
Yeah, Muscle Kano. Muscle
Yeah.
Kano or Gym Tan Laundry Kano, where you play like Pursuit of Knowledge and all this stuff. I play that deck way more than I'm comfortable admitting.
They from what I hear from them though, they say it's pretty good. They're giving it rave reviews in something like Kano. I think that Nourishing Emptiness can also be pretty good in something like Dorinthia. Rather than running the 2 Command and Conquers, just put the Nourishing or put like a CNC and a Nourishing Emptiness in there or something like that. Dory with a 5-card hand and an arsenal is pretty scary. So it seems like it's almost a must block. And there's no other attack actions in the deck aside from maybe that one other Command and Conquer.
Yeah, it's just the CNC, right? So, it just seems like
yeah.
Nourishing Emptiness just seems like it has to be a one-of, or you're dealing with like some sort of variance.
Yeah.
Because even if you block, like if you block with the CNC, like then your Nourishing does nothing. It's like kind of feels bad.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, like I don't know. You could be conscious about it and make sure that you're pitching your CNC instead. Just that your Nourishing is live for when you do end up drawing it, but you have cards like Singing Steelblade and Dorinthia that shuffle your deck. CNC only pitches for 1, which is really not ideal when you're playing Dorinthia. So, and like you said, if you have to block with it, then your Nourishing Emptiness is essentially turned off for the rest of the game.
Looks like we are in Kodachi luck on this game, by the way. So I believe 1 sigil was played by the Bravo player. Could have been 2. I know two sigils were played by the Ira player, but all armor blocks exhausted. Kodachis are going to be coming in.
Once you get into Kodachi time, I was going to say you need an attack that does 7 in order to be able to get around it, and it looks like the flying kick here. But he still has 3. The Bravo
3 cards,
has 3 cards in hand, so
yeah, we just got there.
Yeah,
Trying
still be able to block it here, and then
okay, yeah, and there goes. It's just back to the Ira. I mean, writing's on the wall right now. This is always a fantastic spot for Ira. Can't really draw dead here, because it's just your your Kodachis. So pretty much guaranteed pressure coming out of the Ira player for all the foreseeable turns.
Yep. As long as you keep drawing something that costs 0, it doesn't really matter what it is. You'll have enough cards in your hand to be able to keep your Kodachis alive and then attack once more with something else. This is where the boots would come in handy, though. If you have the boots, you're basically guaranteed to get game here. You don't really have to stall out the match. This is where E-strikes come in handy as well, as and things like leg taps come in handy too. Anything with go against is just ideal to have, but as the Ira player now, you basically just have to either deck the Bravo out or wait until you draw your next flying kick. I can't remember if the flying kicks have been played, but you have to have an attack that does 7 damage or hope that the Bravo draws something that doesn't block.
Yeah.
Maybe like a defense reaction or something.
Sorry, there's just something very creepy on your camera, Dante. Somebody walked in, like
Yeah,
slowly slid something behind you.
my brother probably came in,
It's
slid
like,
something behind me.
yeah, it's a silhouette.
Oh, my house is haunted. What can you do?
Yeah. That's my brother. Oh wait, I don't have a brother.
So yeah, you see the Bravo player counting his deck there.
Yeah, it's going to fatigue, or some would say, fatigue.
Fatiche. Yes, the French, I believe, Brendan, is what you said.
Those that hail from Quebec.
Oh God, don't hate a ski.
I mean, he
Anyway.
taught it to me, so.
Oh, he taught it to you. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm glad that you've been taking French lessons.
Ooh, there's our pummel. I think that's all pummels
That'll
out
be
of the deck, by
helpful
the
for
way.
when you come to Canadian Nats and not skirmish. What are the big events called?
Callings.
Yeah, when you come to Canadian Callings, you can let your opponents know how fatigued you are.
All right. So, I mean, obviously, yeah, we've seen this a million times. We just need
Oh, yeah.
a. I mean, he's used both leg taps, so, I mean, he's used both E strikes. So how is he going to close out this final damage without fully. I mean, used his Snapdragons as well, so what is a threat that will kind of. Yep, there's our Soul Bleed, which is just going to be double blocked.
For 4, yeah, it's just going to be double blocked. You basically, as the Ira player, you're playing to deck out the Bravo at this point.
No way.
It's a Soul Bead for 2, actually.
Is it Sigil and. Oh, it's for 2. It's for 2. I was like, okay, I was like, no way.
Everything's going to look relatively similar. It's just, keep swinging your Kodachis. The Soul Bead is the first card he pitched, I believe, in the game. So everything else is just cards he's pitched. It's either going to be take all the cards out of the Bravo player's hand, or take 3 of the cards out of the Bravo player's hand, and then red flick to stop the hammer.
Out of the hand, yeah.
But yeah, you're basically just decking him out at this point. You don't have any go agains because you don't have any E strikes left. You're out of 7 damage attacks like flying kick. And you don't have any taps either.
I assume he pitched like a push the point and stuff. Yeah, he pitched the push the point. He pitched
even a push the point. It's only coming in for 4, right?
No, yeah. I mean, we're gonna be doing that. We're gonna be doing like the same little dance here for the next.
Yeah, it's the same old song and dance is going on.
It's like 2-3 turns, 2-3 turns, but we're locked.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, there's nothing you can do. This was much worse when Drone was around, but.
There you go.
Still bad here.
Unless
he has a defense reaction in his hand, that might be game.
Ooh, that would be game, yeah. So we're gonna block for 6. Okay, so yeah, I mean, always. I think the only threat down there, from what because I was kind of like my tracking's a bit off because I was dealing with some technical issues, but I think it's just a push the point that he has down there.
Yeah, it should be just a push the point.
Obviously, totally irrelevant because we are watching. Yeah, we are watching Moody die slowly, and that is no cards in the library for him.
Yeah, that'll surely spell doom as these next Kodachis come through. We'll see if he was able to draw that push the point or just any attack that deals 4 damage. Moody also has an unmovable in hand at this point, so
yep.
If he has anything that deals 6, it could end up being the finisher that he needs, because I believe it's a blue unmovable, so it's only going to be blocking for 5.
Yeah, I do not think that he has anything that does 6, but.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's going to end up being
a movable
push the point, if he even drew it. I'm pretty sure the push the point's in the next hand, though. I'm not sure 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's in the next hand.
Oh, okay. See. So we're pitching for 3.
A nourishing emptiness.
This is just for 6, by the way. Yeah.
The 6 damage he needs. Yeah. So
I forgot the nourishing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Pitch unmovable for 5, and then that's it. You can't block it. Yeah. Oh, a staunch and unmovable. Yikes. But yeah, that'll do it.
I'm gonna
get the win here.
I'm gonna transition us to our new scene, see if it works. Dante, Brendan.
What's the new scene called, Brendan?
Hey, it works. There we go. Now we don't have to worry about players leaving.
Perfect.
No, it is messed up.
You're quick.
Of
Oh,
course it
just
is.
kidding.
I'll fix it though. Bear with us, guys. I'm gonna fix this. They're getting like straight forehead cam on the Dante right now.
Oh, love that. You guys loving the hairline?
Yeah.
Hmm?
This is a Rogaine commercial actually.
Uh, yeah, we'll take the Rogaine sponsorship, no biggie.
God knows we need it, right?
Yeah, just just let us know.
There we go. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, obviously hopefully we'll get something new on stream for the next round. I have no doubt that we will. But yeah, we appreciate being with us. It's week 8. We've been doing this for 2 months now, which is crazy to think about. We actually have some big stuff queued up in the works. We can't announce it quite yet, but really exciting stuff with me and Dante. Hopefully we'll be able to tell all of you soon. But yeah, it's pretty much like a dream come true for us, so we are more than hyped. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. But before we do, always got to shout out Deck Edge. He helps us put on these tournaments. He has that Patreon available. If you're able to get in, it's super affordable for either collecting or playing. So I would recommend it, to the moon. Obviously, a fantastic guy to work with. Puts up a box for the winner, also a box for the participant, and raffle to one person. So yeah, if you do want to compete in Gauntlet, maybe you're not sure you can win or anything like that, don't worry about it at all. For just the price of joining, you get to get raffled off for an entire box. So pretty good participation prizes all around. We also have armory events, so you can grind that XP if you're looking for that as well. But with that, we're gonna head into a quick break. I'm sure we got round 2 queuing up real quick. See you guys then. There we go. We are back with round number 2 for FAB Gauntlet. And we actually have a really interesting match. It's going to be Stevie Steve. I think he won a skirmish. If not, he definitely beat me in either top 4 or finals. Can't remember. Really good player. He's going to be on the Bolton here. And then over on Dorinthia as a player that I know both you and I know, Dante. This is Shingo out of the UK. Titan. I can't. What's his full name again? I'm going to update these.
Sharif,
yeah. I had a crazy game versus Sharif in the Red Riot event.
That was one of the best. That was one of the best Dorinthia mirrors I've ever watched in my life, hands down.
Glint winning.
Pretty incredible. Glint winning. Yep. It happens. It happens. But this is a whole new matchup, Brendan. This is Bolton. You have any thoughts on Bolton that you want to share?
Oh, Bolton is so good. Like, so Dante had said that he would eat my sock if Bolton ended up being good, because we did some early testing. And Dante's not the best. Maybe he's not a deck builder. I don't know.
All right, listen, hold up. Take Flight wasn't out yet. We didn't even know the card.
It's true.
All right,
missing some pieces.
It didn't exist. We were trying to play without Take Flight. It was not that great.
Okay.
You didn't block. You couldn't do anything. However, I think I will be eating a sock at some point because he's looking pretty strong.
There we go. So we got Bolt of Courage. We're going to charge on that. So this is going to be either for 3 or 4. If it hits, it's going to draw a card. So we do see Bolton Sabers. This is super spicy. You're totally right. What does that mean, though? That means you can't play Spilled Blood, but you can play Iron Song Determination. That's just one thing.
It also allows you to rush the Courage, too. So
exactly.
That's something to keep in mind.
The Cold Full of Courage as well. So style points there.
Yeah, exactly. And the nice mag case, too. Keeping everything protected.
What is that card that he charged, by the way? I didn't see
it's
it.
a Razor Reflex.
Razor Reflex, okay, so I thought. Yeah. So looks like we're going to block for 6 on that. Not allow him to get the draw, but I think that Stevie Steve has accomplished his goal and is charging up that soul. Bolton obviously kind of ends up being more of like a hill valley hero, right? You build up this soul, as in your values, and then you kind of explode on these bigger turns where you're giving go again. And all this kind of crazy stuff. We've got these really powerful cards like Via the Vanguard. We have Lumina Ascension. Via the Vanguard specifically at Rare. I know we've all experienced that card in Limited. It's just an absolute powerhouse. If you're running a lot of light cards, maybe you played the pre-cons before. I mean, you can come in easily 20 damage with a nice Via the Vanguard turn.
Yeah, the Via the Vanguard is pretty... It's pretty disgusting. I'm not gonna lie. You put that card down, and your opponent starts shaking in their boots because they know what's coming, and it's gonna be a lot of damage. It's interesting to see the Sabers being used, though. I will say, most Bolton decks that I've seen are actually using Raiden. Raiden's it's a good card after you charge. The issue with Raiden is that you have to. You can basically automatically give it go again, but you have to charge in order to be able to use it. And it makes it so that you pretty much can't play defensively. From what I've heard from players who are testing Bolton right now, they say it's basically all gas, no brakes, and you can't really defend because you won't have enough in hand to be able to...
Yeah, doesn't work well in low cards.
Get your turn off. Yeah.
For sure. Sharif's coming in for 6 here at the conditional go again on Warriors Valor. I've tested this matchup a bit. Obviously, not obviously, but it was against a Bolton Raiden. A Bolton running Raiden.
Bolton?
Yeah, Raiden Bolton, as they say. And it does seem to be a bit Dorinthia favored, especially on the Tall Warrior list. For the same reason that the Prism was tending to lose versus that Dorinthia, is that Bolton just seems to have a hard time doing a lot with a few cards in hand. And if you choose to not block Dorinthia, she has a snowball effect with the go again, with the counters, all these kind of things. So yeah, it's generally... It seems like it might be a bit Dorinthia favorite, but maybe Stevie Steve will show us someday. Obviously, I've never seen the Saber Bolton here, so I'm interested to understand his game plan. I wonder if we'll be seeing the Iron Song Determination. I assume that will be in the deck. But looks like we are. Are we pitching? Is this going to be a Soul Shield? There we go. Boom.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a Soul Shield. Wow.
Go into the Soul after the combat chain resolves, eh?
Yep. Oh yeah. That's I would say that's probably the best light card that came out in Monarch for sure. I think it's incredible. It's especially good in the Prism Blitz deck where, like I was saying in the last match, it's difficult to be able to get cards into your soul if your opponent's fully blocking out your Phantasm attacks. But Soul Shield is just you defend with it, it goes into your soul when the combat chain closes, which is really, really helpful, especially for both these light heroes. They pretty heavily depend on having cards in their soul. So being able to defend with something as a defense reaction and then get into your soul right after is super beneficial.
Interested to see what we'll see out of Sharif here in terms of new tech coming into the Dorinthia deck from Monarch. I know there's actually, like, it's weird with Tall Warrior because that was kind of like, at least if you played like NA skirmishes, that was the bane of Season 1 skirmish. You just saw it so much, right? But it seems like to play Tall Warrior in this new meta, you don't really even need to change many things. In fact, there's not a lot of cards to get me really excited to put. He's actually just charged an Art of War, which is a funny card. That card is crazy in Monarch.
Yeah, that card is if you're trying to get some free tendies, as they say, go buy yourself a play set of Art of Wars.
Yeah, no kidding.
They are just going straight up, especially when some more competitive lists come out. I think that you're going to see that card in a lot of the new Monarch lists.
Yeah, especially the Shadow, especially the Shane. It's absolutely nuts.
For sure.
It's going to be.
Shane.
Yeah, as Bolt of Courage, again, it's going to be for 2 or 3 because he did charge off of it. If it hits, he's going to draw a card. I assume that Stevie Steve is not planning for this to hit. Is charging up that soul like I talked about. We got those valleys. We got the hills. Right now he's in the valley, but he's about to explode. He's got this 3-card soul, likely going to arsenal after this. Maybe take some damage from the Tall Warrior player and then come back with a large attack himself. And
yeah, I think
interesting.
You're absolutely right on that one.
Mm-hmm. I guess he
surprised that the armor block is coming out here.
Courageous Steel Hand, boom, +5, +3. So we are gonna take 3 there. We're gonna draw the card. Hope if that goes into Arsenal, that is, obviously if it's if it's not like a blue or something, that's a lot of value that Stevie Steve's gonna be getting here.
Yeah, this is a time where something like Raiden would come in handy though, because you would be able to
swing with Raiden,
banish a card from your soul, and then just swing with Raiden. Just to get some extra damage on your opponent. But you can also give Raiden go again and then play whatever card you just ended up drawing there as well, depending on what it is. If it's another 0 cost, for example. But
Spoils of War.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a Spoils of War Dawnblade turn. So
I think this is
automatic go again is scary for sure.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I think this is Stevie Steve's like pivot turn. He's built up his soul. He's arsenaled the card. I think he wanted to block as little as possible on this turn, but now seeing a Spoils of War Dawnblade, he's gonna have to pay a pretty hefty price if he wants to let this damage come through.
Yeah, I almost think that maybe you just delay your pivot turn an extra turn, and just make it so that this is the turn that you block.
But then again, we're in the classic Dorinthia scenario where it's like, how do you block Spoils of War is like notoriously terrible to block. It's like, how do you block a Spoils of War? It's for 5, all right? It's already an awkward value. We go up to 8, but if you overcommit to a Spoils of War block, they can CNC you, they can Nourishing Emptiness you. I mean, that could be a card that's in this deck, right? And they can also put an E-Pot down. So there's so many things that go into.
Don't forget about Twinning Blade, Brendan, the bane of your existence. So.
Sorry, I forgot that was seared into the back of my brain after playing with Sharif.
There are a whole bunch of different ways that you can get screwed on a Spoils of War.
Takes 5, so he's gonna let him come in. I think a Stevie Steve is not blocking here unless we see like an easy armor block for him come out, which I doubt there will be. But quickly talking about Sharif, Sharif is a really funny player to play against because he's like a very skilled player himself, very respectable player. I remember when we played our Warrior match, he actually just talks out his whole entire turn.
Yeah,
and so do I.
Like to do that.
Yeah, and so do I.
To do that.
Yeah, so I remember when we played our match, he like didn't block my turn 1 and went down to like 11 or something. It took like 9 damage, and I go, okay, the only reason someone does it is they have Glint Twinning, and the turn to come back, and he was like, he's just a really funny player to play against because. I think if he respects you on the other side of the board, he literally just talks through his whole entire play.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think so too.
Boom! Nourishing Emptiness. There we go.
Nourishing Emptiness in the Warrior deck. You love to see it.
So Stevie Steve can block this, but he would have to commit the Stevie Steve is on. Yeah, Stevie Steve is on the 15. Yeah, so he can block this. He would have to commit the Courage. Probably not worth it, especially after already taking 5. I mean, I guess we're gonna see what Dorinthia looks like on a 6-card hand.
Yeah.
Right?
I'd imagine that if this hits, the next turn is gonna just get fully blocked by by the armor, the remainder of the armor from the Dorinthia.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
got a
we're
lot to
just
work
gonna
with.
see what a 6 hard Dory hand looks like. I mean, thankfully, it's the chances that there's going to be a Glint the Quicksilver, and a Steelblade Supremacy in the 6 card Dory hand is low. Just because those are both being pitched to the bottom, but it's definitely still possible because there are 2 copies of each in the deck. So
Yeah, for sure. It's pretty funny if you think about the new mentor like Minerva. Like she doesn't really work. She doesn't work in. It's only one-handers that trigger her. So if like you played this like Dorinthia build where you ran Saber plus an axe, I know it sounds weird, but bear with me. You could run Spill Blood. You could also run Iron Sight Determination. So you have 4 dominates there. You could also fetch. You could also play Minerva and fetch Steelblade Supremacy with her counters, or you could fetch Singing Steelblade. Probably less relevant, but there's like this really funky build I think out there where you just play like these ultra dominated attacks and just. I don't know. I was thinking about it the other day. How funny is that?
Yeah, that is a funky build. You're absolutely right about that. I would love to see that. I think that would be a lot of fun to play, actually.
Just no interaction, only playing dominated attacks. Yeah, sounds right up Dante's alley.
No, if that was right up my alley, I'd be a Bravo player.
A Bravo. You mean Kano,
right? Yeah, I guess so. Oh man. But yeah, I mean, hey Brendan, listen, if you make that deck, I would love to play it.
For sure.
I think that sounds like a lot of fun. But we'll see. He looks like he ends up. Sharif has that the huge hand now. It looks like.
Yep.
I was too busy laughing to see if he actually took the damage, but based on the life total, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, he took the damage. He's down at 9. He's starting out with Illuminate here. Sure, this is Snapdragon Scalers, so like this is like super fit. It could be Razor Reflex. What am I saying? We already saw one Razor Reflex, obviously this in the soul right there. So we could have one more red. I'm assuming that's what it is over the Snapdragon Scalers because that would be a lot to commit after taking that much damage and the opponent being on 17.
Yeah, I think so too.
But Sharif is not lacking in cards to block with.
Yeah, I know. He's got plenty. My guess is that he's probably just going to end up taking this and let it go into the Bolton Soul. Bolton's already got 3 cards in the Soul, so what's the 4th? You know what I mean? It wouldn't really be the end of the world, and I feel like you just want to keep every single card that's in that hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Just have an enormous turn.
Sharif with just an absolute cornucopia of a hand over here.
Cornucopia.
Just. He could effectively. So the thing is like if he commits to blocking this Illuminate and he overblocks it for a Razor Reflex, which he could do, right? So he could go 2 cards plus boots, and he could block against the Razor Reflex, and turning that off. It's likely that Steve will just Snapdragon Scalers and punish him for making a play like that.
Yeah, exactly. You really can't commit to blocking the Razor here just because the boots are up. I feel like you have to take the damage, let it go into his soul. But I'm assuming that Sharif is talking his opponent through his entire game, either way, I'm with you. I think that it's going to get Razored here. I don't see the boots getting popped for this. Oh,
there we go.
Just kidding.
Okay.
Yep, every time I say something, commentators curse. It is incorrect. So Sharif does end up taking 4 damage. The Illuminate goes in the soul. And we'll see what the... I
want to see a Saber get swung here.
Yeah, I haven't seen one Saber this game so far.
Okay, you got to take flight.
Something with charge.
Just yellow. Oh, and there's a... Interesting to note that's
blue unmovable.
A blue unmovable. Charges again. Okay, charges the CNC. Man, we see a Razor Reflex. We see a CNC. We see Artivore. There's a lot of cards in this Bolton deck.
Yeah, I almost would have preferred to keep the CNC.
I demand the block, right? But
even just pitch, take flight, and then CNC after take flight. Or if you want, you can Illuminate after take flight. I think it's better to play the take flight first, because now Bolton's effect is active for the rest of the turn, where if you're blocking with an attack action. That being said, Dorinthia doesn't really have all that many attack actions, so he probably felt like it wasn't worth it. It was better to...
Yep, another reason Dorinthia sort of has a pretty decent matchup in the Bolton, especially against Raiden, because Raiden is like 3 or 4, And 4 is really the scary part. But if you can essentially block with your attack reactions, your non-attack actions, it's just going to be rating for 3 every time, and they can't give it go again.
Exactly. Well, Raiden would come in for 3. Raiden usually costs 0, right? So, or attacks for 0. So they'd
True.
again no matter what, as long as they've charged on the turn. But it wouldn't be dealing any damage. So
you're right. I just potato brain. So he's gonna go down to 10 here. He's just taking all the damage. I mean, I wonder what the. I mean, we're about to see what Tall Warrior looks like on a 6-card hand. I'm pretty sure. So we're about. I think that's making history, right?
Yeah, I know. You only see these in your dreams, to be honest.
Could literally be like plus 12, like Dawnblade 15 with reactions.
Yeah, I don't know how you defend it if you're. Oh my God.
Oh, okay, we got Courage.
Okay.
So we got.
That's actually
Gallantry Gold.
Oh, Courage and Gallantry Gold. Okay. We're coming in hot.
Valiant Dust.
The Valiant Thrust. Okay.
7. Can give it go again because its base attack is 4. Yep. It says if you have charge, you get +3, so that's going to be for 7. He's going to get it go again. So one way or another, Steve is going to be presenting lethal on this turn. Whether that means Sharif needs to block with armor or he does need to commit some cards from hand, we will see.
Yeah, so this is coming in for 7, and then each Saber is coming in for 3 damage, I believe. And if they're blocked by attack actions, they get +2. Because of Bolton's ability and the Saber's ability on its own.
Yep. But Dorinthia is not going to be turning that on, right?
Likely. No, I'm thinking that one Nourishing Emptiness is probably the only attack action that he had in his deck. So there's no way that he's going to be turning it on. But it will be able to get some cards out of his hand at the very least.
For sure.
Or at least the remainder of his armor.
I would hope to see the armor just so I can see this story.
If I'm Sharif, I think I'm blocking with the armor for sure. I'd rather keep this just monumental hand. A Dorinthia with a 6-card hand. That is probably one of the scariest sentences that you can utter in all of Flesh and Blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a Kano with a 6-card hand. But you see that a lot more often after a tome's been played or something.
Honestly, I'd be more scared of a Dorinthia.
I would be more scared of the Dorinthia too. For sure. There's so much guessing in terms of what's going to be happening. But yeah, it looks like Sharif is just choosing to take all the damage.
For sure. I think you take the 7. Like, I don't know what's in Sharif's hand, but I'm assuming it's pretty good. So yeah, we're going to see the armor block.
Yep.
This is going to...
Turns on the skull cap, which is perfect.
Give it go again. Yeah, Sharif is sitting pretty here. Ooh, is he considering the block from hand?
It looks like he will be. It looks like we're not going to get the dream. Whoa, 3 cards from hand?
No, we're getting the dream. I don't believe you. He's supposed to recheck. Thousand, and there we go. Okay. So next turn, we see Courage as well. Courage plus 6-card hand.
Yeah, I think something tells me Courage is getting broken. Those boots are probably getting popped at some point. I think this is going to be ginormous. But I'm really excited to see what's happening. So.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever... Like...
Supremacy, oh god. Oh god. Alrighty, let's... what else do we got here? Show me a Determination.
Determination, Sharpened Steel. Just
there are so many good cards that could be in that hand right now. There are so many good cards. We'll see what it ends up being. I'm curious to know what's in his arsenal as well. But I'm assuming that every single card that oh my god, the Valor.
Yeah, so we're going to be swinging for 8 here. We have 1 resource floating. We have 3 cards available. And if conditional, if this hits, he does draw a card. He can also pop the boots and swing again. He could still.
He doesn't even need to pop the boots if it hits.
True.
Because the Warrior's Valor gives him go again on hits. So
I was already thinking on like Sharif's game plan where he has Twinning Blade and he swings 3 times on his turn.
Yeah. Yeah. This is. There are just so many different things that could happen here. Usually when this is the hand that you play out, you have like 1 card in hand, 1 in arsenal, maybe, if that. This is pretty insane. So I don't know. There's so many different ways that this could go. It could be like two attack reactions and something that he can pitch to just come
So
over
it's
and then
yeah, I
maybe
mean, so
swing
it's
again.
8, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
do you? I mean, there's just I don't, man. I don't envy the math Steve has to go through here, but you block for 12 on this. Like he probably comes over and then he kills you because he has go again. You underblock, he might just kill you with reactions. If you don't block at all, he most super likely he kills you with
Yeah,
reactions.
you're basically guaranteed to die with reactions. Yeah. I don't know. You're in a bit of a tough spot here if you're Steve.
I don't think they get tougher.
No, I don't think so. This is I would hate to find myself in this situation.
I'm sure you will soon enough, right? This nourishing emptiness
I-
card. When I saw it opened, because I didn't. It obviously wasn't spoiled. I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, why would they? I was like, Duranthea was doing fine.
Yeah, in the Dory Blitz deck, I mean, as you can see, it's pretty good, and it's just one of those must block cards because if you don't block it, you find yourself in a situation like this where
Oh, he's thinking about the block 12, dude.
yeah. But imagine like a block 12
That mat, by the way,
glint.
the illuminate. Sorry, I'm distracted, but
Oh yeah,
here we
no,
go.
the illuminate mat's very beautiful.
So this is block.
That's the Rudy mat.
That's
right?
block 12, by the way. The courageous
Yeah.
steel handling blocks 2.
Yep.
So he says, if you have anything to come over, I lose the game.
Yeah, Sharif would need 2 cards to come over because he has to buff by 4, I believe. 8, yeah. So we need 2 attack reactions to be able to.
Or
get
the
over
classic, right? The overpower.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Oh,
good.
yeah, the overpower would do it as well. Yeah, that's very true.
Imagine having resources to overpower on a supremacy Warriors Valor turn. And then
Warriors
swinging
Valor
again.
turn. Yeah, I know.
Just like, and still having the other reaction. All right, and here's the over.
Steel Blade. Let's see what we're grabbing.
Yeah, so he could consider route here and send a card back, but
Could be route. Could be a glint with the twinning in his hand. Could be an overpower would be able to get over this, and then he'd just pitch.
If he grabs a twinning,
swing again.
Yeah.
It looks like he's grabbing the glint.
Yeah, it's got twinning blade.
This will allow him to draw another card, so why not? And yeah, if he has a twinning blade in hand, then this is just scoop it up.
I mean, he has a twinning blade in hand, right?
Nothing more.
So he took.
Yeah, he has a twinning blade.
Yeah.
I think there's no chance he doesn't
Interesting choice to Warriors Valor
draw a
if you have
card.
the twinning.
All those cards on the field, and you still have 3 in hand. That's
Yeah, there's this new Dory archetype where you just play your whole deck out on one turn. It's pretty nice. And then your opponent just gets to nourish that emptiness they feel inside.
Yep. Ain't that the truth? So I feel like it can't be Twinning Blade because he would have put it down already.
Yeah, I also feel like if it was Twinning Blade, he would not have put down the Warriors Valor, actually, because it doesn't really make much sense to me. I'd rather play it later, right?
Unless
And
he
there's
was
the response.
debating.
So we're at 12.
Response,
And-
pitch a route, and playing out for blood.
So because he popped Courage, gets
Yeah,
pretty.
he can swing for free.
It's lethal, by the way.
Yep. Oh yeah. Still draws a card after all that too, by the way, just because of Steel Blade supremacy. So
That's the power of courage here. Is now he
Yeah.
can swing again. I guess we can calculate this for you. This is going to be 3 plus 3.
yeah, 3 plus 3, and then
And there we go. So that's going to
and
be
of
for
course,
7.
Braveforge bracers, and that'll be it.
That was just brave for just for style. His opponent was on 6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes you got to do it to him. You got to let him know.
So nourishing emptiness, is it an include or not? What do you think?
It's hard to say. I feel like it's definitely one of those.
It's good when it's good, right? Who knows?
Yeah,
It's hard to
good
say.
when it's good, but doesn't it block for 2? Am I wrong about that? I feel like it blocks for 2.
I'd have to access my memory.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
For me personally, I feel like I'd prefer Command and Conquer just because I feel like
Blocks
it's better
three.
in more situations, to be honest with you. I don't know. I just feel like the command and it blocks 3. You're absolutely right. So it blocks 3, and I think it's just better in more situations.
I'm definitely gonna try it out though. The nourishing emptiness.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So
No, I was talking to Sharif
so
today, and he was
spicy.
saying that he was giving it a shot. He said that he cheats. I forget what his actual words were, but he said he played every Monarch hero today to try and see what the new best one was, and then he landed back on Dorinthia. So that's why he entered the gauntlet. He said. So
Yeah,
that's
I mean
why he
that
played
that
Dorinthia.
literally sounds like a lot of us. So there was actually
Yeah.
a tournament earlier today. I think it was a 50-player tournament, and Dorinthia won as well. Tall Warrior. Do I think that Tall Warrior is unbeatable after Monarch? Absolutely not. I know that even in my testing group, we have created a deck that absolutely dumpsters it. But it's still, I mean, that's the thing about Flesh and Blood is the game it's designed top down, so we kind of always exist on this like equation, right? So we don't get a set and get like a power creep or like pushed cards. So those cards from Welcome to Wraith and like throw in a few Crucible cards, they're still really good. They can still compete. So Dorinthia is still, I mean, that's gonna be a deck you're gonna be running up against in Silver Season 2 for sure.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, if you had got reps in against Dorinthia, then that's good for you because you're going to be seeing a lot more of it. So it's good if you've already learned how to block it because you're going to need to keep doing that. You're going to see, like you said, a lot of Dorinthia and I think a lot of Ira too in the second skirmish season.
Yeah.
With some of the new heroes sprinkled in here and there.
Funny story. I have my brother. He finished college. He's coming back down. And so I teach him Flesh and Blood, like groom him. I know the first thing I'm gonna slap right in front of him is a Dorinthia deck. So like, can't lose with this, brother.
Enjoy it, buddy.
Enjoy. So like, so do I have to like learn anything or no, bro? Like
No. You just
slap
put
it
the
down.
card in your hand. Yeah.
Obviously,
call it a day.
Obviously we're being hyperbolic. I play.
Yeah,
it.
we're
I even played Dorinthia in skirmish because like I like it. I think it's good, and I like the mirror. But anyway, sweet. I love seeing the Bolton sabers. I wish we could have seen more of the sabers. I'm sure he's got some spicy stuff in that deck that makes it worth it. But awesome to see the new Monarch hero and the new Monarch card.
I'm sure as people continue to refine these decks as well, you'll see them popping up.
For sure.
Obviously, the set just came out, so it's difficult to build a new deck. Like I've been trying to build decks myself, and I'm the world's most god awful deck builder, as Brendan can probably attest to. And it's tough.
Yeah,
so,
it's really tough. Really tough. There's no like just
respect
slotting in good cards, right? Like you have to develop a resource space, you have to develop a curve. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get. I don't know if like
I got nothing but respect for all these guys who are testing out the new decks and testing out new builds and piloting them in tournaments and seeing what works and what doesn't. I think it's really cool. It's very admirable, and we're going to try and get more of those deck testing pilots out for you guys here soon. Hopefully we can get some Levias or some chains or something like that in the next couple of games.
I'm pretty sure we'll see a Shane pretty soon.
Yeah, he is pretty good.
He's pretty good. But anyway, we'll take a break before we go to round 3. Shouldn't be too long because the game took most of our time. So it should be a really short break. We can come back into round 3. Hopefully we'll see a new Monarch hero. And then we'll progress through the rest of our Swiss. By the way, the Swiss will be 5 rounds today, and then we will cut the top 8. So with that, quick break, and we'll be back. See you then.
See you guys in a bit.
All right, welcome back to round 3 of FAB Gauntlet.
Flesh and blood.
Flesh and
Yeah.
blood, yeah.
Woohoo!
But we got something spicy for you. This is going to be Prism versus Benji. So we didn't even see a lot of Benji back, back in season 1. But coming into season 2, looks like we got a Benji up against Prism. Dante, why don't you walk me through your thoughts while I update these player names real quick?
Sure, yeah. So I think that Benji actually has a pretty good matchup into Prism. Prism doesn't have a whole lot of armor that she can block with. Um, Although, again, I've never seen this matchup before, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But Prism doesn't have a lot of armor that she can block with, and Benji's specialty is basically playing unblockable attacks. You specifically can't block from hand, so depending on how many defense reactions the Prism player is playing,
Snatch.
and how many, I guess, yeah, it would be defense reactions can block it from Arsenal, or armor. And as you can see, there's 3 points of armor on the Prism side, which would be the skull cap and the tunic. And then after that, oh, and the Phantasmal Footsteps. Sorry, those are the 3. And then after that, it is basically your can only block from your arsenal with defense reaction. So if they have Soul Shield, for example, then you can do something like that. But in this case, it looks like the Benji's fully blocking with a flick flack and everything, just to keep cards out of the Prism Soul.
Well, we do see on display what Prism can do when Prism has a full hand to work with. It's super important to pressure Prism's hand, but if you don't, obviously it's turn 1, so that could kind of be our go-to example, right? It was able to come in with 2 heralds, one of which threatening to create a spectral shield and go into the soul. Herald of Protection, my personal favorite. But the Benji player is going second, so we'll be the first one to pressure the hand here.
Yeah, we'll see what attacks are able to come out with. The thing about Benji is that because the Prism player won't be able to block the majority of the Benji's attacks from hand, because they're all going to be costing 2 or less. The Prism player will always have cards in hand to be able to attack the Benji back with, basically. And as you saw from that first turn, as long as you're able to pitch 1 yellow and keep go again on your
Nourishing Emptiness in a Prism deck.
Yeah,
Interesting. Yeah.
I guess everybody's just loving Nourishing Emptiness if you can get it out turn.
Really like the art,
turn 1 or turn 0 or something like that. Yeah, you were telling me it's your favorite art in the game.
Well, at least in Monarch, I'm definitely getting my hands on one of those mats from the calling. It is the participation mat for both New Zealand and Melbourne. I'm sorry, New Zealand, but Auckland and Melbourne calling. I've got a Scar for a Scar at 19. This is the classic. I wouldn't say a classic for Prism, but classic since Welcome to Wraith is take 1 damage and then come back in for 4 with go again.
Yeah, exactly. Funny thing is that you didn't even know you were getting go again until right at the very end of your opponent's turn when they played a sigil, and it's like a happy little accident for you. You're like, oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
Happy little accident.
Now you turned my Scar for a Scar on. I appreciate that. I was gonna Arsenal it, but I guess not.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the Benji player decides to block that one out, if they decide to block that one out.
Nope.
But I think this will be a relatively quick match.
Ooh, you strike 7.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it's funny. This
2 heralds so far, and then a bunch of other attack actions.
Well, it's funny. This Luminar's weapon that the Prism is running says if you have a card with a yellow yellow strip in your pitch, Prism, or I don't know, something. It's either attacks. I think it's attacks get go again, right?
I think it's your illusionist attack actions get go again.
Nah, because the spectral shield gets go again too, right? Or I'd have to recheck. All I know is that I originally thought that it was
illusionist attacks in general.
Yeah,
because the spectral shields count as that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I originally thought that it was just the spectral shields, and I was like, okay, that's annoying. We'll get a lot of 1 pings in, and then someone played the herald, and it was like, and it has go again. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, Luminaris gives it go again. I was like, that's. It's like, get out of here.
You're lying to me.
All right, so it looks like we're gonna probably start out with the Kadachi here.
Yep.
Benji.
Throw Kadachi for 1, Kadachi for 1, and then maybe something unblockable to, I guess, draw off the mask or something like that.
Yeah, why not?
It gets really tough, especially if you have small attacks that are able to come in, deal just a tiny amount of damage, but that tiny amount of damage adds up over the course of the game, and at some point you have to start blocking, but you're not able to because of Benji's ability. So it's interesting to see. Usually the way that I've found to be successful against Benji is just to block with armor, or stop that second Kadachi from hitting so that they're not drawing off their mask with their third attack. But again, there's not a lot of armor on the side of the prism, unless she wants to be pitching to play those phantasmal footsteps. But I don't know if that's recommended because you're taking cards out of your hand to do that.
Well, she got the tunic, right? Tunic is so good with
Oh
those
yeah,
phantasmal
true.
footsteps.
Yeah, Tunic can pay for that. I had forgotten about that
Soul
one.
B for 4, it's going to hit. He's going to go down to 14. See what we follow up with here with one resource left. It's funny, Benji is one of those heroes that came out of Crucible I actually thought would be... Okay, so it falls into a crane dance. How much is this for,
Crane
Dante?
Dance for 2 actually because
because of the
Benji's
ability.
Yeah.
And then it's the soul bead in the crane dance just affects the block, right?
Yep.
What's that?
Exactly.
Yeah, Benji was one of those heroes from Crucible I actually thought would see a lot of play in Blitz. Because on the face, it's like, wow, an entire deck that you can't block. But then we have these like hyper efficient Ira Dro decks and this Durin Tall Warrior
Yeah.
deck that could race anything. So interested to see how this Prism kind of smacks back here. And we got a counter on Tunic as well.
I'm curious to see how exactly Prism will slot into the meta as well. When I look at Prism, I think this hero is going to be extremely good.
Phantasmaclasm go again.
Yeah. How much does Phantasmaclasm cost?
9. Cost 3. Wait, what?
Cost
It must cost 2 then. No, because he tunicked. He tunicked. Yeah, it cost 3. I'm right.
Oh, paid off Tunic. Okay, I see. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that he has to pitch more.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, Phantasmaclasm, or that's, God, yeah, Phantasmaclasm has the effect
Something around
that
there.
you can look at your opponent's hand, and put something to the bottom of their deck and let them draw a card. Did you see what he put to the bottom? I'm assuming that it was the sink below.
I did not. I know that I played at locals and someone Phantasmaclasmed me and put my my Unmovable on the bottom of my deck, and then I drew my Command and Conquer and broke it.
It feels bad. Worst case scenario for that person.
Honestly, it was really likely to hit. It was like super late game, and I had pitched the ball into my deck.
Yeah. That's pretty hilarious actually. But yeah, we'll see how the Benji player decides to block out this Phantasmaclasm. The nice thing about allowing Phantasmaclasm to hit is that you don't get any cards into your soul as the Prism player.
Yeah, interested.
You don't have to really worry about the Spectral Shield tokens or anything like that.
For sure. Ooh, Herald of Triumph, a red. A red one too. Yeah, so it's interesting if you look at these light illusionist cards, the illusionist cards. It looks like illusionist as the core class is actually super aggressive, tries to go wide, do all this stuff. While the light illusionist is more, this might seem obvious, but more kind of based around getting stuff in that soul, banishing, creating the spectral shields. Because we see Spears of Reality, Phantasmify, Phantasmaclasm, all these big, huge attacks where your opponent has the option to break it. Those are actually all illusionist based, and then all these heralds come in with the light illusionist talent class.
Yep, exactly. I'm curious to see what other illusionist spice they have for us for the next illusionist hero that gets released, but I guess we'll have to wait till probably after Kingdoms for something.
Oh, it'll be a couple of years.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we're getting it.
Honestly, it might be in a supplemental set, so who knows? Maybe.
Do you think they're doing supplemental sets?
I hope not. To be honest, because I like drafting. I like drafting. So
I see. Yeah, but you can still draft whatever the most recent set is, and then you get a nice supplemental set to add some spice.
Honestly, Crucible of War
CC deck or something.
Crucible of War was way cooler than I expected to be. I was like,
that's what I think too. I think the Crucible of War really added a whole nother depth to the game, basically.
Yeah, we really needed those plasma purifiers in CC. It's just...
Yeah. Oh, they were so nice, man. So it looks like we're blocking for 3 here. I guess he would be taking 4 because it's coming in for 7. Yeah.
Wow,
And
this
then
is
that's
looking
looking for
tough. I mean,
7.
yeah, it can't be easy being Benji. I mean, it's pretty face up that he doesn't have anything to block.
Yeah.
This Prism player is just kind of just fully going face with all his attacks. Just doesn't care.
Nuts here.
Doesn't even worry.
Exactly.
Doesn't even worry too much. Obviously, the Phantasmaclasm did show the hands, so he was able to attack.
Yeah,
with.
he knows what's coming. But yeah, pitching the blue snatch.
The Herald.
If there are any other blues in hand.
Yeah.
Would be nice to draw 2 off that snatch when you hit with your mask.
For sure. Yeah, so the Herald was for 7, right? So the red Herald plus Phantasmaclasm. So he came in for, was it 16 damage there?
I think so.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, that's what I was like, oh yeah. So, Prism's like going to destroy Dorinthia, because like, how does Dorinthia just deal with like 16 damage? But the Fridge plus being able to pressure Prism's hand, like those attacks are really expensive. But yeah, I mean, it's just like ridiculous. I think that's a lot like what a lot of us thought when we first saw the class. Like, okay, this class hits you for 15 every single turn.
This so the head jab hit because of Benji's ability
Yeah,
to can't be blocked, and then the Kadachi is now coming in for 2. If I'm the Prism player, I'm definitely trying to block out this Kadachi, I think, because if the next attack is something... Assault the Wound.
Assault the Wound, so that's going to be for 5, right? Everything hit? Yep. And that would draw a card as well.
Yeah.
But we do see another Phantasmaclasm, this time blocking. It's gonna be... So I guess it was for 4? Something must have been blocked that we didn't know about.
Oh, I think the first Kadachi was blocked with the Tunic, actually, now that I see him putting it back face down. So that makes sense. But as the Benji player now, you're in a pretty tough spot. The Prism's just gonna keep smacking you with these.
Just Dreamweavers to keep it safe. Yeah, one of these. I don't know if we're gonna see Phantasmify, but that card is so gross. At red, it's +5. But we're just gonna see Herald of Protection here. I thought it would be Tenacity for lethal, to be honest. But yeah, Phantasmify costs 1. It's a non-attack action. It does +5 at red. So that plus Herald of Tenacity just coming in for, like 11 Dominate is a great way to close the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Here's a Celestial Cataclysm pitched as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much more the Prism can do with this turn. It might just be an Arsenal pass after this attack.
No resources, but does have go again, right?
Unless you pitch to make a Spectral Shield and then
poke for 1.
But I feel like that probably wouldn't be worth it, to be honest. Difficult to say, though.
Yeah, I guess it depends. Well, actually, it would be poking for 2, right? Because assuming the Herald Protection isn't fully blocked.
Oh yeah, true. The Herald of Protection does make a Spectral Shield.
Yeah, so that would be pretty devastating, actually. I think. So if we block for 6, okay, we're gonna block for the full 7.
Like it is getting a full block here. Yeah.
Yeah, losing a Tunic on a full.
With an E-Strike and a Flying Kick too. Yikes.
Yep. And we are gonna make that token and come in for 1 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just 1 little poke damage. Well,
I don't think we'll see it until CC, but this Prism Spectral Shield deck is gonna be pretty funny. It's like you thought Kadachis were bad.
Wait till you're eating 7 Kadachis in 1 turn.
Yeah.
How does that sound? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the builds that people are able to come up with. I think I've seen a build floating around where it's just the whole deck is basically auras and you're just Luminarising the entire game.
Sounds terrifying.
It seems
to play.
It seems to be working pretty well though. From the games that I've watched on YouTube and stuff like that. It doesn't look bad. I will say that much, and I feel like it can only get better as time goes on. So
this is the entire deck blocked for 0.
Well, not your entire deck,
Okay.
obviously, but you're running a lot of auras, and to be able to destroy the auras, you have to attack them, right? And attacking them is essentially taking a whole turn off. So you kind of have to weigh out, like, do I want to be attacking the hero? Do I want to be attacking the aura? So a lot of the auras stay in the arena because people choose to attack Prism to try and like reduce your life. And if Prism's getting attacked, then the auras stay up, and now you just pitch, you make another aura on your turn, and you're able to swing with every aura that you've made, and it ends up being like 7-8 damage in one turn, and it's all coming in for instances of one, which is basically you can't block it. There's no way to effectively block it, so you're just wasting cards from hand.
Yeah,
it's pretty nuts.
Ooh, okay, so the CNC does not have Kogan, so it's just illusionist attacks. This is a CNC for 6. It's gonna take. I mean, it could take a card in Mask, and you could go down to 1. That's actually safe here. And then obviously this is an Arsenal by our Prism player.
Yep. Oh, for sure.
I'm waiting until we see a Tenacity, right? Like a Herald Tenacity to get Dominate and win the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Mask, like block with Mask and a card from hand, go down to 1, and then swing in with Kodachis and like unblockable attacks. You might actually be able to close the game out as the Benji player. The Prism's only at 5 life, so it's definitely possible. I think blocking with the CNC here is good. You've already seen both sigil. I would hold on to those sigils. Giving your opponent that information is never good. It's better to probably just Arsenal at the end of your turn.
Yep.
Oh, I see. He's using the sigil to...
Yeah, it doesn't want to block with the Mask.
Like it's fully blocked. Yeah, keep the Mask up. Okay, that makes sense.
I still think you're right there. You might have been able to prolong it to 2 turns, though. Yeah. The Benji's probably favorite if this goes 2 turns deep.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see here what ends up happening, but it's just going to be some pokes with the Kodachi, you know, nothing special. Our player has, or sorry, not the our player, the Benji player has 1 card in hand.
Is it going?
If this is a combo card that costs 2,
I know, right? Is it just lethal?
Wow, you are really playing with fire.
So we can pitch the boots, right? We can pitch and block with the boots.
Oh yeah,
still.
pitch and block with
the
boots.
But like still, I was like, I honestly thought that might be lethal there.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was like, holy moly, I can't believe that you're taking this attack. But this
Herald of Erudition. Forget Herald of Tenacity. Ooh, extended art in the deck.
All right, yeah, $1,000. Cool. Wow.
So good looking though. Oh my god.
I know, yeah, it's a really cool card.
This has Dominate, by the way, so I mean, yeah, we can block with the Mask and go to 1. So in this scenario, me and Dante are totally wrong. He should have never blocked with the Mask, and now he's gonna live by not doing so the past turn.
I mean, it depends on what's in your hand, right? If you have the sigil, then I think blocking the way that he did was correct. But
yeah.
You have other attack actions that are like the small ones, like a Snatch, for example. A blue Snatch. You still have your Snapdragon Scalers up, so not only do you hit the Snatch, you also draw a card. There's a whole bunch of different ways it could have gone, but now you are looking at a very, very scary card with both Dominate and Go Again.
Yep, draw 2 cards as well.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I forgot about that part. Oh, yikes.
And yeah, that is going to come over for 1. Yeah, surely the writing is on the wall here.
That's devastating.
Believe
Herald
of
probably
Erudition.
about as bad as it gets, yeah.
Pretty sure that's for 6. So...
Was it only for 5?
Is it only for 5? If it is, somebody let us know, because I definitely thought it was for 6.
It is only for 5, it looks like. And he didn't have any other attacks to play after the Go Again, it looks like.
In a turn of events.
So we're back to the Benji's turn here. I'm just as shocked as you, Brendan. I was not aware of how much... Oh, pitching the flick flag.
Erudition 5. Yep.
Yeah, it goes for 5, eh? Yeah, well.
Wow.
Alrighty. Well, easily enough. You know, you were able to block it easily enough. Now we got the flick flag coming in here. How many cards is that in hand? 2 cards in hand?
2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, yeah. Snapdragon Scaler is available. There's our Crane Dance.
a crane dance for 2, I believe
2,
the
yeah.
yellow one is.
Yep.
And if it hits, the next attack gets +1, but this can't be blocked. So he's gonna have to pitch to. Ooh, okay, okay.
Arsenal, okay.
It can be blocked with a springboard somersault from Arsenal, though. That's for sure.
But we can still find lethal
I,
here.
yeah, I thought he was gonna have to pitch for the boots.
If we Snapdragon, we can still find lethal. With 2
Yeah,
cards in hand.
Snapdragon.
Yeah, it just depends how many 0 cards.
Breaking scales, maybe, because you got to remember that Crane Dance doesn't have go again, so the breaking scales and the Snapdragons, and then Kadachi again, maybe. I think.
Well, it could be like a blue soul bead, right?
Yeah, that's true. I feel like maybe it could have been better if it wasn't, unfortunately, that red flick flack that he had there, but I don't know.
There we go.
It looks like he is using the old snappies.
The hesitation makes me think he's taking
Pitching
the
the
1.
red
Yeah.
unmovable.
I knew it. As soon as I saw the hesitation, I was like,
hate
he's
to
only going to
see it.
1. Yeah. Down to 1.
Ugh, man. When you're literally looking at lethal and you're staring your opponent in the eye, and then all you have is the red cards that you have to pitch to be able to play out your turn, it's so sad.
Herald protection for 7. That
Herald
is
protection again. Yeah, that's
not easy to block.
It's gonna take a lot of cards from hand. Hopefully there's a red.
I believe it has go
a
again
red
as well.
sink below. Yeah, it looks like I just caught a little peek. It looks like it's going to be a red sink below. And then I guess another defense reaction from hand.
Yeah. Wait, what?
I'd like to see a pummel in some of these prism decks.
I think he blocked incorrectly.
Oh, yeah, he might have... Oh, I see. Okay, so he's going to say block with the Salt the Wound first and then sink below after. We'll see if his opponent allows that.
Looks like they are.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
He's like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm
Pretty
I'm swinging for 9 on my next turn. Or my next turn.
Don't worry about it, boss.
Just
I got another.
follows up with Herald of Tenacity.
I got another Phantasmaclasm coming your way.
Yeah. Luckily, the second Phantasmaclasm, that is just E-Strike for 7.
E-Strike for 7, yeah.
Still should demand every single card out of the hand unless he's drawn another sink below. Fate for seeing a red flick flack.
I know, we just saw a red flick flack pitched, so
there
I
we
doubt
go.
it.
Ooh, Surging Militia.
Ooh.
Popular ninja card these days. Oh, it still takes the 1.
Is it a popular ninja card, or am I the only guy running with Brendan? Because I do believe you laughed at me and told me that I was bad for playing it.
I don't know. It's just like
It
after brutal assault, like my expectations.
I'm telling you right
are,
now, it's a closer. It's a closer. People don't expect it. I went undefeated in a local armory with that spicy tech. So just keep that in mind, all right? I want a box of unlimited for that.
Oh,
that card won me a box of unlimited. It's good.
The undefeated local deck techs are my favorite. This is Dominate, by the way. This is over. So and he's, by the way, that's a double extended art Herald of Erudition. So we do have Tiny Guy here streaming from his yacht. So that's why the picture's a bit choppy, I think.
Yeah, he's out at sea right now.
Anyway,
he's got the full cold foil armor suite and the double extended art Herald of Erudition in his deck. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyway. Just reminds us all that we're a bunch of plebs. So.
Anyway, yeah, it was interesting to see the Benji come through. Obviously, we saw our Prism. The Dominate.
Very close game out of them.
Yeah.
Very close. So.
The last 3 turns were a bit weird for me. I was like, I kind of thought it was done, and like on every single turn, players,
I'll be honest. I thought for sure Benji was coming out with the win on this one, and then I think he just got kind of screwed by the flick flack, red unmovable in hand.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate draws, but sometimes that's what happens.
That's why you gotta pitch your deck correctly and just rip it off the top to start,
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break before round 4. We are running 5 rounds of Swiss today. Obviously, going to shout out Deck Edge, helping us put on this tournament, providing a box to the winner and a box to Raffle. I definitely recommend you guys check him out if you can. He has a Patreon if you're able to get in. It's super affordable for both, collecting or playing. So can't say good enough things about Deck Edge. He's been with us since literally week 1, and we are now on week 8, which is crazy to think. But with that, we'll take a quick break and we'll see you for round 4.
See you guys in a bit. Round
Starting-
4 of. Okay.
Sorry, I went to the starting starting student screen. Yeah. Welcome back to round 4 of FAB Gauntlet. Anyway, today we again we have Shane versus Prism here. San Yoon on the Shane, who we've seen quite a few times. Sorry, on the Prism, and then it's gonna be Joker Jake on the Shane. Dante, tell us a little bit before I embarrass myself more, and I need to update this. This is a whole disaster, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know too much about this matchup. In fact, I would say I don't know much about this matchup at all. I haven't actually played a Prism deck, although we did just see one play on stream. I have played Chain, though. I think it's interesting that the Chain is opting to use the Nebula Blade. I think that is actually a pretty powerful card. When I've been practicing or trying out Chain on some armor events, I've been playing with the... Oh, looks like we're getting a little camera fix here. Anyway, when I've been playing Chain, I've been using the Galaxy Black, but I think that Nebula Blade is actually a pretty good,
really?
weapon as well.
Yeah, I think it's so good. Like, it's just so easy to swing for 4, and then there's so many things you can add to the Shane deck that care about incremental arcane damage. So getting that Rune Chant is super effective. But you have like Meet and Greet if you want to take a card from Crucible. Of course, you have like Pierce the Shadow Vise. You have Rip Through Reality. There's so many things that care about this like incremental Rune Chant damage. And if you're able to swing for 4, awkward value to block. As your last attack, your opponent takes one, you create a Rune Chant. What you basically present to them on your next turn is when you make your first attack, they have to decide if they're going to pitch for that Rune Chant or take it. So they have no information, and they have to pitch early and make that decision to take a card out of their hand early, which is really hard to do versus Shane, because Shane can do these really long combat chains where they can come in for 15 to 25 damage on a single turn. And also, Carrion Husk is the most busted Blitz cards I've been printed.
I was literally just about to say, it's also important to note that the Carrion Husk is being used by the Chain player, and that thing is unreal as a piece of armor. Blocking 6 is just nuts. You got to remember to use it before you drop down to... it looks like he's blocking the Herald with the Soul Reaping here, turn 1.
Yep, only one in the deck because that is a legendary, so...
Yeah, let's end the combat chain here. Although, if I'm not mistaken, you can pitch for the Phantasmal Footsteps after something like that happens to get an action point.
Yep, you can. Really interesting to block with the Soul Reaping. I think that there is... I don't think there's any card in my Shane deck that I would rather block with less than that card.
Yeah, I know. I think that card is unbelievable in the Chain deck. It's so good.
Yep.
I don't know if I'd want to be blocking with it either, but sometimes if you can shut down your opponent's turn, why not, right? So.
Ooh, a Time Snap Potion. That's spicy.
I think I do like the Time Snap Potion actually.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Just getting this because it's end turns when you stack the deck, just getting like that massive go. Like is that what you do with it? Do you wait till the end and kind of get the massive?
Yeah, I'd imagine that
attack?
you're basically getting it early. When you can't really do much, you're making a Soul Shackle token, attacking with something. It has go again, and then you just play a Time Snap after it, and now you're stacking your deck, making more and more Soul Shackles. Until the end game, where now you come in with just an insanely wide turn that your opponent essentially just cannot block, and you have so many additional action points to be able to swing with. So I like that addition of the Time Snap Potion a lot. I was trying it with an Energy Potion, and it was not working, and I think that if it was a Time Snap, I would have had a lot better of a time, to be honest with you.
So, quick thing to note here, Reducing Blinding Repitch, so that is going to be use this mashup. I don't know if the Chain player will have any other 6 attacks. I know in our Chain deck we run Command and Conquerors for Shadow Puppetry Command and Conquer, which is a disgusting little combo that's came out of Monarch. But with that said, this is just going to be Unhallowed Rites for 4 with Go again. We are creating that shackle. He's going to make a Rune Chant with the Grass of the Arknight, and then come in with whatever the second card is going to be. And it's just going to be an E-Strike 7. So he is
7 with 1 Rune Chant damage as well.
Yeah. So running that suite of good stuff in Chain, which we've actually found to be good in our testing as well, as these E-Strikes, these Command and Conquers. Mostly CNC for the Shadow Puppetry, though. That thing is... CNC 7 Go again is something else.
Yeah, that's a pretty horrendous thing to do to your opponent. It definitely doesn't feel good. I've done it to opponents in some armor events this week, and it's probably like my favorite thing to do with the deck, and neither of them are Shadow Rune Blade cards. That's pretty funny, but the deck is definitely very good. It starts off a little bit slow when you're building up your soul shackles, but as soon as you get to the point where you're at the mid game and you have 3 soul shackles, I'd say,
Yeah.
the deck really starts to take off.
Yeah. One
It'll
thing
be
I don't.
interesting to see.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, you please, Brendan. I beg.
If you say sorry, then I have to. You know, it's just a class. But no,
Well, I
one.
am Canadian.
Yeah, I know. One thing I definitely don't like to do against the chain deck is take a lot of early damage because those later turns, your hand, well, even if it blocks for 12, is not going to be enough. And there's another Herald of Erudition we're seeing.
Yep.
That appears it's going to be 5 dominate. But yeah, your hand is not going to be enough to block what Shane is going to be throwing at you when he's got 3 or 4 soul shackles racked up.
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%. The games that I actually lost on the chain deck were the games where my opponents were blocking all of my damage early. It's very difficult to, not deck yourself out when you're trying to go for these huge turns, which I think is where something like a time snap potion would come in very handy. Because you get to a point where you're banishing so many cards per turn because you have to keep making soul shackles to have a wide turn, that you're essentially decking yourself out. And your opponent, like, you can't do enough damage to your opponent. You're sneaking some damage in every turn, but you're not getting enough in to the point where you're able to kill them because they were able to prevent a lot of your early damage. Whereas the games that I felt were easy were the games where my opponent took a lot of damage early and I didn't get to a point where my deck was getting too low or I was in risk of decking myself out, because by the time I had the 3 or 4 soul shackles out and I'm coming in for a very wide turn, it was enough to be able to actually end up winning the game and killing them.
Yeah, so he just blind flipped that banish into an unhallowed rights tear off the dimensional crawl, the dimensional gateway.
You love to see it though.
Yeah, gonna be pinging for an arcane damage here, and also places non-attack action in the form of the dimensional gateway here, allowing him to turn on that unhallowed rights and potentially shuffle the gateway back in, put it back on the bottom of the deck. That being said, we are seeing him pitch Blue Seeds of Agony. A big thing in Shane is setting up the bottom of your deck, because you will get there a lot faster than anything really else you'll be playing in Flesh and Blood. And so with that, when you're going for these very large turns, if you just kind of rip, like 4 Seeds of Agony off your banish, it's really nice.
Yeah, if you're able to set up a big turn and like pitch effectively to be able to do something like that, you can come in for just an insanely big turn by the end. Usually opponents are running 1 null rune against you, if that. And that 1 null rune is not enough to stop like 5 Seeds of Agony.
We're seeing a Snapdragon already.
A very early Snapdragon.
Well, I mean, the Prism's already at 7. This does not bode well, especially because we're talking about, we got incremental arcane damage, which is so annoying to deal with. And then that's what we talked about, this Nebula Blade for 4, because that dimensional gateway's been played. Man, it's rough.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to deal with. You have to commit cards here. I'm wondering what exactly Sam has in his hand that he'd be willing to take that much damage, to be honest with you, because he's even taking that. It must be something pretty good, because his opponent's still at 20 life, so it's going to be really difficult to block out a lot of that, like you said, that incremental arcane damage that's going to be coming in, especially with Rune Chant having just been created there. And
oof, yeah, already a 3, that's tough. And he's got the Husk, man. Yeah. So this is the thing. We're about to see the Husk employed. This Prism is going to keep cards in hand, not block, it's going to say. And they're going to come in with something where they're going to be like, okay, here's a big attack. It's going to go Husk. It does nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you see a Herald of Triumph, you're like, oh, okay, 7 damage. Yeah, I'll throw you my Husk and my a block off my Rune Blade gloves. I forget what those are called, but
yep. Grasp for the Arcanite there.
Delicious, yummy, thank you, yum yum yum. And then whatever the next attack ends up being, but you got 20 life. Who cares if you take it?
Man, Husk is so good.
Yeah. Against
pummel. Oh, and there's the
library. Okay, everybody's flexing on us today.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna quickly look up. Do you remember what library does at the top of your head?
I think it's if you have 2 cards with a yellow pitch, you have 5 intellect on your next turn or something along those lines. Which it looks like he did have 2 cards with yellow pitch, so he does have 5 intellect there.
Jeez.
So he draws up to 5 here, and then you can
Either any player can discard
2 cards with a. Yeah, I don't know. My buddy Guy would know. He's really good with the new Monarch cards. He's also a great friend of mine. Shout out to Guy, and the boys.
Oh, okay. So he is. Oh, so you banish. So he banished. Wow, that's just good for him. He just banishes 2 yellows.
Yeah,
there.
banish 2 yellows. It's like, thank you for fueling my next turn. Get rid of your library for me.
Yeah, man, no problem. Ooh.
Exactly.
And the Art of War. This Art of War card is so good in Shane. You banish that attack action. It's going to banish the Shadow of Ursa.
Shadow of Ursa too.
Likely it's going to say likely he's going to say go again on this. So his next attack action is going to have go again off Art of War. Play the Shadow of Ursa, banish something out of hand to go again. Actually, that wouldn't make sense.
I wouldn't play a Shadow.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that first. Yeah.
I'd play like the Ghostly Visitor.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're trying to clear your banish zone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
There we go. And like you said,
yeah, the Ghostly Visit.
It's going to be coming in for 3. Go again, I assume. And the Rune Chant.
3 damage and a Rune Chant, yeah. If the Rune Chant does ends up hitting here, he can very easily have like a Rip Through Reality or something in his hand. That would be 4 with go again if it's the red one.
Yeah.
Followed up by a Shadow Versa or something like that. There are definitely a lot of ways that this turn could go. And I feel like when you're at 3 life as a Prism player,
so he's just gonna...
probably none of the ways that it could go are very good for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things, right? There's like if we so there's Rip Through Reality, Pierce Shadow Eyes, and then from Crucible we have Consuming Volition and Meet and Greet.
Meet and Greet, yeah.
Meet and Greet's disgusting as well. Oh my goodness!
Speak of the devil.
He knows.
The devil.
He knows. These are the good cards. Yeah. This deck is so good. I'm really interested to see. I know I'm getting ahead of ourselves a bit, but I'm really interested to see him play against some of our higher ranked Dorinthia players in this tournament because this deck is really good versus Dorinthia. Especially, this is pretty close to our version.
Match the pace, basically.
Mm-mm. Man, he's only made 2. He's only made 2 Soul Shackles. This Meet and Greet.
I know. It's crazy. It's so crazy. I mean, we'll see what happens here, but the Meet and Greet does have go again. Then it'll be probably a Shadow Verser banishing another Blood Dead card from its hand, so it'll have go again. And then he still has a resource to play either the card he banishes or I think it was a Vexing Malice under the Shadow Verser. I can't remember exactly.
No, it's a yellow Bounding Demigon.
Oh, Bounding Demigon? Yeah, okay. He doesn't even need a resource to play that then.
Yeah, 2 with go. Okay.
Ooh, no go again if he
he's shackled. He's shackled.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, 2 with go again. Ooh. I guess.
How did the Meet and Greet get go again then?
Because the Rune Chant. If you've hit with arcane damage, you get go again.
Oh, true. Oof, and then the Rift Bind.
2 Blood Debt.
Yep, 2 Blood Debt. But that'll get all the cards out of his hand. Now he has a 4-card hand and then 3 cards to banish off the top, as well as a Bounding Demigon that he can play.
Yeah, needs to get rid of this library, I think.
Sam still has cards in hand. Oh my god.
Yeah, he had 5 cards. So when he banished those 2 yellows, that was actually Shane's ability. That wasn't... It's discard for the library, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it is discard. I was right about that. Okay, good.
Ooh, Blinding Beam.
Make a Spectral Field token.
Swing for...
And then swing for 1. Don't swing for 1?
Surely swing for 1.
You have to swing for 1, right? Yeah. You swing for 1. Okay.
Get an armor block out of that.
Skull Cap, yeah, sure, why not?
Oh, sure, why not? I would say because something's going to come in for 7 and have relevant hit triggers.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you might not be living past this turn.
Oh, he's even got the blue Mervyn Skies. Yep.
Yeah, I think the blue Mervyn Skies is actually really good.
Yeah, for sure. There's just there's a balance with the Shane deck. Like there's all these gas cards you could put in, like Meet and Greet, Consuming Volition, like the Razor Reflexes, the Mervyn Skies. But it's just what do you want your whiff rate, so your whiff rate to be off the top, because it can feel pretty bad. Like you're just playing a super high variance deck at that point if you can like you're banishing like Command and Conquer, E Strike, Art of War, Morgan Skies, and you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Feels bad.
Yeah, he banishes a red ghost if he visit too. That's really good.
Off the Art of War, yeah.
Too. Yeah, I'm assuming that he chose the go again as well.
Most likely. Ooh, Seeds of Agony.
Oh, red seeds, yep. Red seed. Oh. A little freeze there. Nothing wrong with that though.
Yep.
Red seeds into Bounding Demigon for 3+1 arcane.
It's like looked like Joker Jake like took the red pills in the Matrix there for a sec. And there's another incremental arcane damage.
Yep.
Oh, we have no rune, bro. Dude, am I wrong? The Halo of Spell Void. Okay, yeah.
Spell Void, yeah.
I didn't even realize that. I didn't even realize that there was no rune.
Not the end of the world, but yeah.
Just close to the end of the world.
Runes, so. Yeah, seriously. You're getting dangerously close.
I mean, if I was Joker Jake, I would just be using my. I mean, look, yeah, I would make a rune chant. Right? There we go. Okay, we got the seeds.
Why make a rune chant when you can just play another seeds? Of course.
So you got the seeds. There we go.
And then coming in with a Riftbind. That Riftbind should be coming in for 5 damage and 1 arcane damage.
He's still
non-attack actions have been played.
Yeah, so he had. Did he have lethal? He made the rune chant instead. Yeah. So he played the Bounding Demigon and got it.
Oh, they caught something that we missed.
Yeah, Spectral Shield.
Yeah, break on the Spectral Shield. Good catch. But yeah, this is coming in for 5.
Yep.
1 arcane. Looks like he's blocking for 6. Does he use the Spell Void on the... Nope, just takes the 1.
I mean, he'll just use it for the final one, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Not that there will be, I don't think. It's just going to be the Ghostly Visit.
Snapdragon Scalers, lethal. Yeah. And there's the classic Rob Seigel, Tolarian Dropouts handshake.
Yeah.
Well, so that was a bit of a beatdown for the prison player, huh?
Yeah, I was surprised at how much damage he was taking early, to be honest with you. I think maybe he focused a little too much on getting that library out.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, although that being said, the library doesn't block, right? So it is a little bit risky to be running in your deck because of situations like that, I guess, where it becomes, okay, now I need to play this library because I can't really do much else with it. I don't think it pitches, right? You can't pitch the library.
I do not think so, no.
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure it just costs 2. So once it's in your hand, it's in your hand basically forever. Can you arsenal it? I don't actually know.
I'm too poor to
so.
I'm too poor to own that card, so currently.
Yeah, me too, man. Well, either way, I don't know exactly what it would do. Again, I am also too poor. That being said, though, I would imagine that you can arsenal it, but once it's in your hand, it just costs 2, and you have to play it. Yeah. I think.
What do you think about the Shane? Just the damage out of this deck. It feels a bit like it feels a bit like Wizard, right? Puts out so much damage, and it's like obviously in Joker's deck here, there's a lot of variance, right? Like he played both Art of Wars, but he could have equally banished both Art of Wars. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's insane how much damage he's able to put out, but at the same time, with running that many non-Shadow Runeblade cards and non-Blood Dead cards, there's going to be turns where you're just going to be coming off the top and getting rid of your best cards, right?
Yeah, I think there's a very fine balance that you have to strike when you're deck building between Blood Dead cards and non-Blood Dead cards to be able to make sure that you're constantly banishing things that you're able to play. Because like you said, he could have very easily been banishing the Command and Conquers, the E-Strikes, the Art of Wars, just a bunch of cards that when you banish them, they do nothing for you. And your turn is kind of turned off at that point, especially if you were blocking with the majority of your hand before you did banish. You can't do much after that. So it'll be cool to see how the deck fares against, like you said, some of the Dorinthia decks that we have, maybe some of the Ira decks that are here. But it's cool to see it working well. Obviously, it worked pretty flawlessly in this game, so I'm looking forward to seeing more of it.
Yep. And with that, we'll take a short break before round five. Round five is going to be our last round before top eight. And just a big shout out to our main sponsor, Deck Edge, providing a box to the champion and a box raffled off to one lucky player here. And yeah, we can't say enough good things about him. He's been with us literally since week one, coming into week 8 here of the FAB Gauntlet. He has a Patreon. If you're able to, get in, I highly recommend you do. I know it's a bit competitive, but he does open spots just for this event. And if you are able to get in, it's super affordable. Whether you're, looking to play or collect, Deck Edge is kind of the place to go. So with that, we'll take a quick break and see you for round 5. All right, welcome back to round 5 of FAB Gauntlet. We have Joker Jake again on the Shane, but he's going to be going up against a Dorinthia. So hopefully we get to show off what I've been talking about, Shane being pretty strong against Tall Warrior here. With that said, we are on table 4, so this is going to be a win and into top 8 for these players. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and update these names. Dante, spit some knowledge.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what armor the Dorinthia has, to be honest with you. There is quite a bit of glare. I do see the Galantry Gold, which is a new armor piece that buffs your sword by 1, basically. There's also an Iron Rod plate and a Iron Rod helm. I don't know if you can hear me. You can feel free to mute me if you can hear me. But okay, maybe both competitors are just showing off their armor to each other.
One's showing off Iron Rod, the other one's showing off cold foils.
Showing off cold foils. That's pretty funny. But yeah, so I think in this matchup, I don't know. I know that you're saying that you feel like Dorinthia does not have the edge against Chain, and that Chain actually has the edge in this matchup.
100%.
You think 100%, eh?
Yeah, 100%. The edge,
Because
for sure.
like
I don't think he's going to win 100%, but I think the edge, yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dorinthia is able to put out a lot of pressure. I haven't.
I mean, we'll play.
Myself,
we'll play later. I'll slap you around, teach you.
Okay, yeah, sounds good, man. I can't wait. You'll be on Dorinthia, right?
0 chance, bro.
Well, yeah. Either way, I'd like to see it. I think this will be definitely a very interesting match to watch. Looks like it looks like the Dorinthia player is going to be going first, which I definitely think works out in the Chain player's favor for sure. As the Chain player, I feel like you definitely want to be going second in this matchup just to be able to, I guess, get tempo early. It looks like we're putting in some null rune though, actually.
Okay.
Null rune and the Iron Rod helm. Yep, there you go. Well,
I mean, Legend Story Studio has been having their budget blitz videos recently on YouTube, and this is a good example. We have full Iron Rod.
Ooh, a brandish. Okay. Yeah, this will be an interesting deck to watch for sure. Not your standard, I think, just huge go tall Dorinthia deck.
Steel Blade Supremacy, Singing Steel Blade, Iron Song Determination.
No, I don't think we're going to be seeing much of that combo, to be honest with you. It looks like we're going to be seeing some brandish into some sword swings, maybe keeping everything wide. Yep. Swing the sword here. Brandish didn't hit, so the sword doesn't get that +1 from Brandish's ability. But it's definitely interesting to see some of these new cards that are coming out from Monarch and being tested in some of these decks and seeing how they work. And it's not, these players aren't on a low table or anything like that, so obviously it's been working out pretty well for him so far in the tournament.
Yeah, out of like 40 players. So
exactly.
It's actually
a big
big one. It's like bigger, larger size for us. So I'm excited to see the Surging Militia come out of the Dorinthia player. He's taking after Dante. Just grabs his draft.
It's a good card, man.
Yeah, I think it's a great card.
It's a good card, I'm telling you. Trust me. You're gonna see the IRA pros are gonna start playing it in their decks, and I'm not gonna look so dumb. All right, I promise you. But we'll see what the Chain pros start playing in their decks. They might have to take after our boy Joker Jake here.
Pushing that Art of War.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be coming back at a later time. In your experience, do you usually get to the bottom of your deck with Chain? Start
yes.
drawing some of the cards that you were pitching before.
Drawing, maybe
well, not in Chain specifically, but in like.
I knew it, dude.
Ooh,
I was literally gonna say it, but I held back because I was like, maybe not. I was like, anytime someone pitches Art of War as Chain, they always have the double.
Yeah, you hate to see that. Oof.
But were you asking?
I was going to say, in the Dorinthia matchup specifically, do you notice that it usually goes to, I don't want to call it fatigue, but like,
what was that?
Drawing
Fatigue?
back up to fatigue. The Gi special, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if you draw those cards, but you generally will banish them still.
Banish them? Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I see. So you do get back to the bottom of your deck,
Yeah,
basically. Is what
yeah,
I'm
for
saying.
sure. But against Dorinthia, you're definitely the aggressor. So it's really if Dorinthia allows you to get there. She's usually the one on the back foot and dying. So
Yeah, I
depends on the
imagine
blocks on
that
the
Carrion
opponent.
Husk probably helps quite a bit.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's like,
Anyway,
yeah,
so
it's so good versus Dorinthia.
supremacy determination. I got a card for you.
What's
Enjoy.
funny about Husk though is that you can go like Dawnblade for 3 on turn 1, and then you can like pump for 6 or something. Obviously, like if they like just like don't, or maybe it's like turn 2, right? Maybe it's not where they can just throw away their hand. But usually like Dawnblade for 3 and someone does like the standard no blocks. You can pump and just because the Husk breaks on the beginning of your turn, so you can actually,
Okay,
yeah, you kind of have to just block super liberally with the Husk, like even just like generally like turn 2. Yeah, like I mean, Joker Jake's down to 14 here. Man, that is scary because he could lose his Husk to any. Could have lost his Husk to any reaction there.
yeah, any attack react. It happened to me today, actually. Somebody played an overpower against me, and it
Feels
brought
really
me
bad, eh?
one life lower than I think the Husk breaks at 12, if I'm not
13.
mistaken, or 13. Yeah, and it brought me down to 12, and I shed a tear. So sad. Because I wasn't expecting the overpower, but that was it. No more Husk for me, and I learned pretty quick that you kind of just have to block with it when you can. It'll probably be the first card we see him blocking with on his next turn, to be honest with you, just based on the fact that he's a
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that Flip Flop here let him have, like, didn't. I think he ended up with 2 cards in hand, but like, I mean, I would throw everything but the Kinship Sink at him to try to get rid of that Husk.
Oh, for sure.
See, there we go. So we're seeing like, I mean, I'm interested to see what I really want to focus on during this Joker Jake match is the variance of his banishes. So we see the first of that. Ooh, if this is Shadow Puppetry and see this man is taken.
Shadow Puppetry, yeah.
Yeah, he is taken. This is
We'll
such.
see if he plays that infamous Shadow Puppetry into Command and Conquer combo that is so loved by all players.
Oh, it's just Shadow Puppetry
Oh,
Easter.
it's gonna be Shadow Puppetry to E-Strike for
8.
What do you
Probably
think?
8.
5 draw card?
Nah, it's 8.
No, I don't think so either. I think it's 8 for sure.
Yeah, 8 go again. Gets out the defense reaction for 6. He does have a Shadow Puppetry trigger, though. So he's going to be able to look at the top and banish it if he wants to. He will choose to banish
the... a Bounding Demigon. That's pretty good. That can be played right away, actually, because there has been a non-attack action played. So nothing wrong with seeing a Bounding Demigon, that's for sure.
We pitch our seeds.
The seeds.
Interesting, because it pairs so well with the Bounding Demigon.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what that last card in his hand is.
Well, she hasn't chained, right? So he's swinging with the sword. I think that's kind of the face-up play here, is that it's going to be Nebula Blade.
Yep.
Yep, so it's
I guess it was a...
Yeah, Nebula Blade 4 go again.
Yeah. Blocking, with another Steel Pitch Shunt, actually. Okay.
Yeah, this time our Shane player will take 1 damage. And
very defensive Dorinthia deck. Ooh.
Here's a Razor Reflex. Can Razor Reflex a sword, so there you go.
Yeah, which allows you to make another rune chant too, because it hit.
Mm-hmm.
And then that Bounding Demigon doesn't cost anything, so you can play that out of your banish as well for just another 4 damage, I believe, because it's being played from your banish zone.
Yep, he has go again, so it would be for 4.
Yeah, 4 damage on top of that. Just throw it on.
He's like,
pretty big turn.
He's like, wait, sir, I am not done.
Yeah.
The Dorinthia player was putting the pitch on the bottom of his deck and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit unexpected sometimes, but it looks like he's just going to block with the card from hand in the boots. And then, yeah, he'll actually be able to put the...
Yeah, so this Arsenal pass is really funny because the Husk actually breaks here.
Yep.
Which Joker Jake surely would have put in front of anything that Flip Flop would have attacked with.
Got broken on a shunt. Feels bad.
Yep. A nice blanket there.
Yeah, just keeping yourself warm. Nothing wrong with that.
A green
cozy,
wool blanket.
Comfortable. Get to drop and then banish 2 off the top. We'll see what he ends up hitting.
Marvin Skies. That does get the Rift
Bind.
Bind.
A red Rift Bind, yeah.
Yeah, very
Marvin
good.
Skies not great, but red Rift Bind is fantastic. We'll see. If I don't have, Seeds of Agony or other non-attack actions to play, I actually generally prefer to keep those Riftbind
Yeah,
or
why
keep
not?
Red
Take a
Riftbind,
few
keep
blood
that
debt.
Riftbind.
Yeah,
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 doesn't
totally. No,
better to
I
just
think
have a
that
huge turn with it, especially when you have your Snapdragons up, I think.
even in
It's
limited,
unfortunate not to.
yeah, even in limited, I think it's an incorrect idea. I think you have to play out your blood debt every single turn. Like, there's no reason why you can't stack up very powerful cards in there and have a larger go wide turn.
Yeah, if you're just starting with these decks, I think it's important. Like, don't fear blood debt. It's just, the cost to pay on some of your cards if they stay in your banish zone. You got to
There we
embrace
go.
the blood debt.
Okay, so
Embrace
he
it.
missed the rando this time. Last time he randoed a
Yeah.
red unholy rites.
Yeah. Fortunately, though, it doesn't actually get banished. You
Yeah,
just have to reveal it. You only
chooses
banish
not
it.
to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you don't even choose. You can only banish it if it's
Oh
a
yeah,
shadow card.
meet and greet.
Yeah.
So this is coming in with a rune chant. If he takes that rune chant to the meet and greet, did he? I didn't see if he shackled before this.
I did not see either. Oh, he didn't because he banished 2 cards at the start of this turn, so I don't think he shackled before this attack. So
Good call. So
I'm,
if this
I'm
rune
guessing
chant
he
doesn't hit,
probably wants to. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm guessing he probably wants to arsenal that last card in his hand. But if the rune chant does hit, because his opponent chooses not to
plays a
block
rift
it,
bind.
then yeah, exactly. He'll probably either play the Riftbind or pitch to come in with the sword. But I'm guessing that he probably wants to arsenal that last card in his hand. So I think it'll be the Riftbind that gets played out.
We'll see.
We'll see how his opponents. Yeah.
Yeah, meet and greet is just such a tough card to deal with because, like, if you get hit by the rune chant, then it has go again. If it hits you, it creates a rune chant, which you have to deal with the turn after. Like, that card is just straight gas.
Card is very good.
It's my favorite. That's my favorite include. Like the not that's like not generic. That's not blood debt in
Yeah,
the
the
deck.
chain deck.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, before we started casting today, I had completely forgotten about the go again effect.
Oh, it's so good. It's ripped the reality for one resource, bro. Like
I know, yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts.
Oh wow, so this is gonna be a Riftbind for 3 with go again, and he could potentially
With go again.
yeah come in even further after this.
Swing the sword after maybe pitching that last card in your hand.
Did he play a non-attack action?
Definitely possible. He did. It was the
Dimensional Gateway. Okay, that was his turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you see the power of Nebula Blade. Like, Nebula Blade is so good in this Shane deck. It's just the only reason Nebula Blade is kind of hard is because you have to balance putting non-tech action cards in your deck. You already want the seeds like sweet, I think, but the Nebula Blade is just pretty expensive for the Shane deck to deal with. It's generally an aggro deck, right? At least right now in this iteration. So 2 to swing is sometimes expensive.
Yeah, I found that the majority of the times that I was swinging on my turn, I did not have an extra resource to be able to, if I had a Nebula Blade, to be able to have swung it. So I thought the Galaxy Black was the Galaxy Black or whatever it's called, was a good, I guess, card to run instead of the Nebula Blade because I found that most turns I just didn't have the resource to be able to swing it effectively.
Oof, he banishes his Soul Reaping.
Soul Reaping, yeah, you hate to see that. That is like,
Cannot
if there's
be
one
played
card that you really do not want to banish,
Yeah.
it's the Soul Reaping. It's rough when you see that happen.
Wonder why he's playing the. You see, he's playing the.
Ooh, Captain's Call. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that one caught me off guard. I was
I
not
haven't
expecting
seen too many Captain Calls in these. Usually you see the Mavrine Skies or whatever, or the Moving Skies.
And he's playing those too. I mean, we can see that he's playing Fate Foreseen. I mean, this deck is like highly variant on what's coming off the top.
Yeah, oh for sure. Yeah, it's surprising to see the Fate Foreseen for sure too, just because I feel like these decks are so aggressive.
So aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know, like every Runeblade. This is the first Runeblade player I've ever seen that's running defense reactions in their deck.
Yeah.
If it's not if it's not a CC deck, and it's a Blitz deck, I almost never see defense reactions in these Runeblade builds. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, I tried out the Springboard Somersault, but yeah, I just felt like the Shane deck is always the aggressor. In the current iteration of the build, obviously, I think that they're I don't know if it's a blitz deck, but there's definitely a control Shane deck out there that plays with Dimensional Crossroads and all that good stuff. And that's going to be 2 hits, 2 whiffs, and yeah, banishing E-Strike never feels good, but we do get the Unhallowed Rites.
Yeah, hitting an Unhallowed Rites and a red Riftbind, that definitely does feel good. So,
Yeah, not bad. I mean, when you got 4, you probably... We'll see how fast we go through this deck. The Warrior players defending quite liberally here, which might be the play as these stack up. But, I mean, like I said, this Shane deck can do like 15 and 25 damage when Snapdragon's up. It's crazy.
looks like he banished a red Ghostly Visit to pay for the Shadow Verser there, which it's so good. It's so good. Shadow Verser gets Go Again, comes in for 2. I really like Shadow Verser actually because it allows you to get cards that benefit from being played from your banished zone, such as Riftbind, for example, or Bounding Demigon, things like that.
Banishing Seeds is just such a free roll with it.
Oh my god, yeah, Banishing Seeds is so good, dude. That's why I really like Shadow Verser. Even if you're playing it from your hand, doesn't matter. You're still able to banish something else from your hand, so
Riftbind for 3.
Super good. And then Riftbind for 3, yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna see. Okay, we see the snaps here. So it's got to be really impactful whatever he plays with, because this I think the Warrior player is very comfortable defending with his whole hand. It's just an Unhallowed Rise for 4. Most likely gonna put a Seeds on the bottom, I would assume. But this, yeah, I think the Warrior player
might have chosen to play the Unhallowed Rites for my Banish instead. Take less Blood Debt and then Arsenal
and
that
get an Arsenal,
Rites.
yeah. So yeah, it looks like. Oh, okay, so he took it. Yeah, I definitely would have blocked that. Unless that card doesn't block, it's not worth just swinging for 3 or like with that in terms of like some sort of tempo advantage. But
no, I don't think so either. I'm 1000% with you there.
Yeah, because Joker's on 5 shackles as well you're really the main thing you're worried about when you're dying versus Shane is that Snapdragon's turn, and that was a very underwhelming Snapdragon's turn. Oh, see, there we go. That was pitched together.
Wars he pitched, yikes. Oh.
And Shadow Puppetry on top of it.
Last Shadow Puppetry, yeah.
It was the last card. Is the bottom. That was the bottom card of his natural deck with Shadow Puppetry.
That is so tough to see. So now you're at the point as Joker Jake, where if you've completely perfectly memorized your pitch order, you know exactly what is you're going to be drawing and coming out the top.
Yeah, it's not good,
which is,
by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Like from what I obviously
I've
the seeds.
Been paying attention. Yeah. I can't memorize it exactly, but I've been paying attention.
Yeah.
And
Saving Grace
coming is not great.
Yeah, the Saving Grace is the Warrior player just didn't block that last turn for some reason. Like if he was at 8 right now, like man, I would not feel good being in the Shane position without Snapdragon Scalers. But yeah, I just think you just. Yeah, the bottom of his deck is very, very, very tame to deal with on the Warriors side.
Yeah, we'll see what ends up doing here. You got to remember that he doesn't have those Snapdragon Scalers up. We saw the last Shadow Puppetry go, so that's not in hand. We've seen both Blue Mavrine Skies go. The Art of Wars are no longer there, so being able to play out these very extended... I guess extended turns with a lot of Go Again, it's going to be pretty tough. You're going to have to rely on using those Soul Shackles to be able to do that. I think both red meet and greets are gone as well.
They are,
if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
Yeah, we're getting up there with the Soul Shackles. So.
Wow. Yeah, I mean this is just like a world of difference if we were the Warrior player and we had blocked on that Snapdragon turn.
Oh, I know you're feeling so good.
Yeah, like, I mean, but now it's like it's going to be close. I still don't know if Joker wins. Okay, that's fine, right? But then is he going to take the Rune Chance? We know the Joker doesn't play Pierce the Shadow Vise. I mean, obviously his whole entire deck is face up at this point because it's Pish. So I think all of the cards that are relevant on the Rune Chant damage are gone. So you should not pitch an extra card to dodge the Rune Chant.
I don't think so either. I think it's just eat the damage. Pitches 2 red shunts in hand. Yikes.
I feel like I've seen
That's tough to
so
see.
many red shunts.
But yeah, putting the seeds on the bottom of the deck, always good.
Yep.
And now he's got no cards in hand. I mean, you really only have to do 4 damage here, unless he's got a defense reaction in his arsenal.
Oh,
He's blocked with all his equipment already. And yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the sword for 4.
yep.
And then, yeah, the handshake. And that's it. That's all she wrote. So it looks like you were right, Brendan. It looks like Runeblade does end up taking this one out.
Yeah. I don't know if this will be our test. I'd like to see him play the tall warrior list for Sharif. But like still, the bottom of the deck was just not super strong. So the late game wasn't set up. I just think that we probably wanted to block a bit differently as the warrior player there and preserve our life total once we saw, a bit of like reckless pitching,
I think so too. Drawing into a double shunt on your last hand as well is just not ideal. The warrior players left those, or screen regions. Okay, they both left, so our screen regions were probably done for.
No. I fixed it. I have
Nice.
I have this like new screen. It's just like me and you.
Oh, nice. Hey, everybody.
In
How's
case,
it going?
in case somebody's a potato and leaves. But yeah, I mean that's round 5. Obviously, Joker Jake is going to be into top 8. I think we're in a super exciting top 8 at that. Sharif I think he's going to be undefeated going in there. That's the Dorinthia that we spectated. But anyway, we're going to have, both, heroes from old, Welcome to Wraith and Arcane Rising, and new ones from Monarch. So it should be an exciting top 8 to come. And I'm interested to see who comes out on top. If it's going to be someone from Monarch or someone from the past. But sorry,
We'll find out shortly.
I just read chat and it was funny. Anyway, yeah, shout out to Deck Edge. He sponsors us, our main sponsor over here. He's got a Patreon. If you can get into it, I recommend. He opens spots just for these events. And from what I understand, he sells at MSRP, if not very, very close to MSRP if you're in his Patreon group. So if you're looking to collect or play, that's the place to start. But with that, we'll take a quick break and we'll head into top 8. See you then. All right, welcome back to our top 8 for FAB Gauntlet Week 8. Dante and I are joined by other than our usual judge, Demos. Demos, thank you so much for joining us and welcome.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here. Excited to be doing things other than chasing people about time.
Yeah, and I will.
Yeah, we see you in everybody's games. Right on everybody's case when they hit time. You're like, hey, let's go, hurry it up.
I mean, I respect the tournament that runs 8 rounds in 5 hours, man. I'm here to help for that as much as I can.
8 rounds in 4 hours, baby.
We're
every
trying to go 4
time.
hours, man. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, good point. Good point.
For sure. So we got an interesting match here. It's going to be Kano versus the tall warrior that we saw earlier, which is Sharif. One of the top players in the UK and arguably one of the top players in the world right now. Against a Kano player on the other side. That Kano player is going to be, what is his name? Vinny B. I read it as Vinerb or something. But yeah, it should be interesting. This is traditionally, it's a weird matchup because I would think that Dorinthia is not favored, especially with some of the newer lists that we've seen come out of Kano where you don't really look to OTK at all. Specifically what we saw out of the French-Canadian Guy. I think his list has gotten somewhat popular. It's quite good against Dorinthia in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, Dante and Demos, why don't you walk me through what you guys think of this matchup?
I mean, Demos, you're our guest. You can start here.
Yeah, well, first question off the bat, have we seen any new Monarch set from either of these two decks today? I didn't manage to catch all of Sharif's game earlier.
Yeah, Nourishing Emptiness out of Sharif.
Sharif has Nourishing Emptiness in his deck, actually.
Okay, fair enough. It gives you another trick in addition to, or I guess instead of CNC, but the principle's the same. You can get those scary 6-card turns. Ooh. Okay, yeah, that's lethal. And it gives you just more to pitch against Kano. And especially since they're not going for that OTK anymore, or at least if that's our assumption, you get that second or third blue in hand out of your 5 cards, then, defending with it's a good option up Nourishing. Other than that, it's a lot of draws, but it looks like we're getting started here. So
for sure. Do we see who's playing first and who's on the draw here?
It looks like Vinny's going first because he's got a counter on his tunic.
Correct. Yeah, it's actually Sharif is the higher seas, of course.
Yeah, he would choose to go second 100% of the time, which makes sense. But it looks
Hate
like
the
we're just going
flare.
to start opting with Kano.
Yeah,
that's definitely what you want to be seeing. So.
He's a Braille man. He's a Matt Braille man.
Yeah. The abacus reader, as you call them.
Hey, better to count and be right than end your lethal combo and not have enough to finish him, right?
Oh, I know. Hey, listen, I think I'm a finger tapper too. Finger tapper, playmat fondler, like the usual. Whoa!
Metacarpus nodes, eh? Yep.
Never in a million years did I think.
Does he just have double blazing?
I mean, he could, but
how
do you play the double blazing is the issue. Like you'd have to break the boots for it.
Yeah. He's only got 2 cards left in hand, anyways.
More than break the boots. Yeah.
Unless he's psychic and he pitches blazing off the top and then pitches another blazing off.
Or no, hold on, because he's. Oh no, he had to spend all 3 for Metacarpus there. Or 1 for each of those cards on the chain.
Yeah.
Or technically not the chain. Because it's not an attack.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see. I guess he's gonna pitch and Kano off the top again.
This one.
Yeah, that's
response to his.
It's an interesting use of the Metacarpus nodes. That's for sure. You only get those.
It's not in response to well. Actually, it could be. So, I mean, Sharif could have taken down his health too quickly. Because it looks like Sharif resolved the damage on his end.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at Vinny's life counter, and that hasn't gone down. Oh, so he had 1 blazing there.
But he isn't able to play the blazing, though, unless...
Well, he could theoretically play the blazing with his action point, because the Aether Flare was the instant.
Yeah, he's the turn 1 player here.
Oh, I see.
Interesting.
Okay, yeah, and then the gloves go, but he didn't end up playing the blazing after all that? He's arsenaling it?
So...
I am very confused. I'm not gonna lie
I'm
to you
lost. Why
boys.
are there's 3 cards because he KO'd one, decided not to look at anything,
Yeah, he
and he's
just left it.
using not to blazing for 2 damage, which makes sense.
Yeah, it looks like that was just a classic case of a little bit of takebacks that we're not privy to. But yeah, it looks like it's pretty interesting, Demos. We actually saw Sharif get off the Nourishing Emptiness and come at an opposing Bolton player with a 6-card hand, and it was absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it
Ooh,
was.
that sounds like it. Can't imagine you're running, more than what Soul Shield and Bolton if you are running any defense reactions at all.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think the player was running any soul shields either. I think it was just you are definitely dead.
They were running Soul Shield, but they were still dead.
Yeah, it didn't matter. But can confirm Dorinthia with a 5-card hand in an arsenal, pretty good, especially when you're breaking courage on that turn as well. So
Yeah, I'm really excited to play this new Dorinthia archetype where I just get to play my whole entire deck turn 1.
yeah, seems like fun, eh?
Yeah.
Searching for the +1 intellect, double draw off supremacy, you're golden.
He played Supremacy on it. It was gross. But opting to think about how to block here. It's a weird scenario. This matchup. Okay, he's gonna take it and go down to 9. But yeah, like as the Kano player, you have to make the decision whether to commit to the block or to try to set up some damage on your turn. It's important to get the opposing, like to get the Dorinthia player to these certain threshold values of life, whether that's it's going to be 11 or something like that. He doesn't have the Metacarpus, so that would be 13 in this case. But for instance, like Stir plus Crucible of Aether, Crucible, which is the weapon, plus Forked is actually 13 damage. And we're going to see Null Rune 3. So actually, would that be 10? I'm confused about something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's these thresholds around these 13, 14. It's super important to get your opponent to if you want to kill them.
And the map also changes because we know who's holding a blazing. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he blocked with he had Stir forked in hand actually.
Yeah, I saw the forked.
I saw the forked being flashed there. I'm surprised that he blocked with a Stir. That's interesting. I feel like that's definitely the card that you want to be keeping in your hand. I feel like forked is.
And he gives the counter too, right?
Important.
So it's double weird, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, do you just block with the Tunic? Like, is the game going to go 2 more turns at this rate?
With that counter, I doubt it, but.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what I was going to say earlier is, sometimes you want to get them low to those breakpoints, as you mentioned, or maybe even to just some awkward low number if you do draw Stir Fork natural on turn 2, assuming you can pay for it, and then just kind of rely on that 1 Tunic counter to flip that extra bit of push damage when you need it. But
yeah. I do also want to say I love that Kano player's mat. I just want to put that out there right now.
Yeah, they are.
Where I can get one of those, please DM me on Discord. My name is Dante D. Thank you.
Yeah, they are not cheap.
Oh, aren't they? Okay, never mind. Don't DM me.
I like them too, but I think they land around the 300 mark.
Holy, whoa! Okay, all right. Never mind. Don't DM me, please.
Not even a resale, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll pass.
Interesting. Energy Potion pass. So he's got some combo that he's hoping he can survive this turn for to pull off next round.
Well, yeah, I can.
Yeah, he has to be going for the OTK, right?
No,
blocking with Stir 2 is, I don't know, man.
Yeah, for OTK you still need 2 E-Pots anyway, and to have the sequence of cards stringed out across his deck. He's even got the Blazing in Arsenal, which is not ideal for OTK. But to have that sequence of cards on his deck would be nearly impossible. And he would need 2 E-Pots to do it, so I don't think that he's even trying to gamble for that. But there is technically a combination of cards that can do 40-something damage.
Yeah, but I mean, at this turn, the Dory's got a 4-card hand, 5-card hand, it looks like. You're on 8 life. I mean, do you have options other than gamble, or are you just dumping all 4 of your cards every turn, praying they don't get winning, and you draw onto that super unlikely combo?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the way he's played this match so far makes me think that he's going to try to go off here. If he does decide to block out on this, I think you have to block with all 4 cards, and I don't think it's congruent with what we've seen with the decisions we've seen him make so far going up to this.
I think he just passed defense as well, so he is one attack reaction away from having to fully commit to.
Well, I think Sharif's going to react with lethal here.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So he's one attack reaction away, which Sharif puts right on the table, and now it becomes, how are you going to block this? You can't. So how are you going to kill me? I guess is really the question.
There we go. So we're gonna.
I guess we're starting with breaking the talismanic lens to start.
Yeah.
We know that one of the cards in his hand is a Fork Lightning.
Oh yeah. Arsenal's Blazing Ether.
Yeah. And he has an E-Pot on the field for some extra resource, but I don't know if he can do 18 damage in one turn, especially with Sharif having 2 cards in hand.
Double bottom.
I would be very shocked, and seeing both go to the bottom does not instill confidence in me.
Yeah, I mean, so when I do the math for this kind of stuff, I assume that Sharif can block, right, with the cards in his hand. If Sharif has two reds, that does make it a little bit more funky, but I still don't. I mean, there's definitely, like, let's say Sharif has 2 reds. There's combos, which are obviously random off the top at this point, that Sharif could die to. That being said, if he does have 2 blues, I don't think it's possible, like, at all, with 1 E-Pot on the field.
Is he going random off the top with these? No, he can't be. Yeah, okay, we're starting with the boots.
Alrighty. Okay, so we had 2 stirs in hand, surely, at the point we blocked a stir.
So yeah, stir, crucible, and then pitch forked.
Stir, crucible. That's 3. The boots were.
Yeah, he's got his action point left for the blazing. So that's.
I mean, it's like, it depends how Sharif can block, but like, so he's pitched 5 resources for this, right?
Yeah, a red and a blue he lives, right? Or...
No, I'm just gonna. So the Kano player. Oh, he had the potion. Okay. And Sharif can block it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy enough. Yeah. I mean, it's just like so we surf worked, and then we can't use the Blazing Ether. And there's the last. I mean.
Why did he use the Blazing Ether?
So he stirred into forked. He used the boots to stir, and then his instant was forked.
Oh, because it's not his turn.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Don't you mean our turn?
Yes. I've been reading too much of that, Matt. I'm assuming wizards can always do whatever they want.
I mean, it sometimes does seem like that, but yeah, no, I was, because you were saying about his action point. I was like, whoa, an action point? What the heck?
Yeah.
Caught me off guard there, but yeah, okay. I mean,
you
there you go.
Gotta shut me down sooner. Oh, they're gone.
It's all good. I transferred it to the 2-man. Don't worry.
Okay, perfect.
Value.
Nice. Yeah, this guy, you're on it, eh?
Yeah.
Stream manager.
But it's a bit of a forehead cam for you, Dante. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta fix it.
Really, eh? The Rogaine cam?
Rogaine. This is an advertisement for Bosley. Oh god.
Well, either way, good game to both players. Yeah. Congrats, Sharif, for making the top 4 here. And we'll see what we do next time.
Yeah, we should be into a round pretty quickly here. Looks like a lot of those other tables have started to finish up. But yeah, we'll head into the semifinals after this. Obviously, before we go there, just need to shout out Deck Edge. He's got a Patreon. Yep. If you can get in, you're golden because he sells everything in MSRP. But from what I've heard, it's pretty hard to get a spot. But he does open spots specifically for the FAB Gauntlet. So this might just be your lucky day. But if you're looking to collect or play, Deck Edge is the place to do it. Can't recommend him enough. He's been sponsoring our tournaments literally since week 1, and we're all the way at week 8. So with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for the semifinals. Thanks, guys. All right, we are live for the semifinals of FAB Gauntlet Week 8. This is the match that I have been waiting to see all night, actually. This is our Shane player, which we spectated a few times throughout Swiss against our top-rated Dorinthia player on Tall Warrior. So previously, from my experience, this matchup, the Shane player is quite favored. The Husk is extremely strong, but that is what I'm interested to see put to the test. And with that, we are joined by Demosk, our judge, usually, but now helping us commentate top 8. Thank you so much, Demosk, and welcome.
Happy to be here. Yep, Shadow or Carry On Husk is an insane card.
Yeah.
That's my comment.
It is pretty good until you get overpowered and it breaks. Then it feels pretty bad.
I'm just updating
Well,
the names here.
I really do think that's just a bit of a learning curve that even our top players like Dante have with the new cards in the set, right?
It was a me problem, that is for sure. I didn't even think about overpower and breaking my Husk, but he played it and I was like, okay, cool, I'll take the damage. And then he's like, yeah, your Husk breaks. I was like, what?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. That's crazy. And then I read the card and I was like, wait a minute, it does break.
Yeah. I think we should really pay attention to Joker Jake's pitch this game. I think Sharif will have the wherewithal to bring him to the late game in the sense that he will come back around to those cards that he pitches. Mm-hmm. And I think when we watched Joker Jake previously, that pitch was a bit lackluster for closing out the game.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how that turns out against this Dorinthia player.
I do think there is a world where you can pitch double Art of War, but then you really have to think, okay, if I make a Soul Shackle, is this going to put me on an odd number where I end up banishing those when I see those again in, 5 turns probably?
Yeah, it's
4 turns?
pretty hard.
6 turns if you're managing, maybe?
Pretty hard math to do on the fly, but I'm sure that we'll get there eventually.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's going to crack that and be able to pitch the perfect order of, 2 blues, or 2 blues, 2 Art of Wars, and then 4 reds being banished right after that.
Yeah.
The 5-head man will come out.
So I'm assuming Sharif is going to choose to go second in this matchup. It's actually not that clear. Mostly because if you choose to go second, the Shane player gets to accelerate their Soul Shackles and essentially just have more gas to come at you with every single turn. But we do see Sharif choosing to go second here, which is kind of the more standard and potentially more disciplined play. Leading off with the Seeds of Agony, we do also see that Sharif has the Null Rune Hood, so we'll be able to deal with that arcane damage. And it's important to remember that Joker Jake has the meet and greets in his deck, so this arcane damage is super, super relevant.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do you pitch that Seeds turn 1 knowing you're gonna rip back into it eventually?
I think it's a safe pitch. It's like one of the safest, right? Where when you pitch something like Double Art of War, the math is just... I mean, maybe in like a pro level event where you're really trying to focus, but in something like this, it's just so much to try to deal with, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, my thinking is, look, I pitch a Seeds. I'm happy when it comes back because it's coming at a banished for free. Or if it's yellow, then it's, I can pitch to fund the rest of my turn.
Yeah.
Or I guess he really wanted Nebula Blade turned on there.
I don't know. For me, I'd prefer to have the 2 seeds on the bottom of my deck than Seeds and...
Yeah, I guess he could have played Captain's Call for it, right?
Yeah.
Captain's Call, pitch to make a Rune Chant, pitch to swing the Nebula Blade.
Yeah, if I was Sharif, I would probably full block this Nebula Blade. Just that Rune Chant is going to be so significant. Again, why Nebula Blade is so strong in this matchup. With that said, we see Sharif put the red Iron Song response to the bottom. And then again, also, I think, as Joker Jake, I'd like to have, not only would we like to pitch the Seeds to the bottom deck, but having that Captain's Call in Arsenal could be very, very good. That's
very true. I mean, if you're Sharif, do you just block with the boots, knowing that, you're denying chain tempo early, which is his weak spot, and if you're trying to go aggressive early, you're more tempted to pop those boots sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah, so on turn 0, obviously it depends on the context of his hand. I really don't know if there's any card that's premium enough where I don't just throw 2 cards in front of it and just block it all. Those boots are going to be relevant later because the Nebula Blade's going to come in again, at a later time, and we're going to want to use the boot. So those boots, one way or another, are going to block some 4 attack, whether it be Nebula Blade, Meet and Greet, that has an on-hit trigger. Well, on turn 0,
Nourishing
yeah, I would.
emptiness. Yes, I was just about to call it. I didn't want to interrupt you, but as soon as I saw the hit and run,
Yeah.
I was like, it's nourishing emptiness for sure. And this I feel like is a must block.
Yeah, it
I
has the
think
husk, right? So I mean, like, this is just wait, what?
Oh, it's dominated, right? Yeah. So
yeah, I
pretty
think
much
it's
have to block with
non-husk
the
armor
husk.
for this
Keeps
one,
the
right?
husk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You keep the it keeps the husk, and yeah, it's able to dodge that on hit trigger that would let Sharif drop to 5 cards,
Yep.
and keeps his husk in the process. We do see dimensional gateway get banished at the
Dimensional
top.
Gateway banished, yeah.
Yeah, Joker
That's,
Jake having a highly variant Shane deck that runs a lot of non-blood deck cards.
I mean, that's just the name of Blitz, right? You got to play the high variance decks unless you're going for some of the established, already tuned ones like Ira or Dorinthia.
I think with Shane it's an option though, like it's a deck building option. You don't necessarily gain more power by playing those cards. Art of War, Command and Conquer, these things are really good, but if you're like significantly like reducing your chances to have good cards come off the top with your shackles, you could just have like a net worse deck, except for like fringe scenarios where you get very lucky.
Well, I mean, the other side of it is, depending on what you're running, there's only so many blood debt cards that are cheap enough to easily get out of blood debt zones, right? And when you're running a husk and only have 20 left to start with, it's definitely a lot to consider.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I think the other thing is, cards that can come out of your banish cost 1 more than anything else, right? That's their general cost curve. So if you're running more blood debt, you got to throw in more blues. And then if you're running more blues, you're banishing more blue blood debt stuff. And then is it worth it to play? And I think there's a lot of deck building knowledge that people are scrambling to figure out now. And I'm curious to see if different regions are going to come up with different things. Although we did just see a fun little combo of Art of War banishing Shadow of Ursa, playing Shadow of Ursa, although opting not to give it go again.
Go
probably
again
didn't go
off
again with
the
the,
Art of War, which seems like a pretty low value Art of War. Right?
Yeah,
think
which
so, too.
because I mean, unless he just didn't draw anything you can banish with it.
Pitch the
or just
Bounding
get-
Demigon as
Okay.
well.
Okay, play a Razor on top of that. Just for some more damage.
So are we currently on Joker Jake's deck? This is just Blue Seeds of Agony, Captain's Call, Bounty Demigon at this point.
Yep. Yeah.
Which is, maybe not
It's
a
good.
hugely impactful place to be, but it's not a bad place to be because
Yeah.
both those cost 0. They can combo into each other late game. Who knows how many cards you can have left in hand against Dorinthia, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's significantly stronger than what we saw out of his previous game already,
Yeah.
but we will see as the game drags into like kind of the mid game and he's pressured and may not have as many choices when pitching if it keeps that quality.
Yeah. The other thing I'm interested in is the balance between the expensive Nebula Blade versus the not having the 2 resources off of Iron Weave on demand. And it's hard to say no to Husk because that card is insane. But when you're running the kind of the more high variance deck we're seeing Jake run with here, I don't think it's got a ton of blues in it. Are you going to consistently have enough to swing the Nebula Blade and do what you want to do with it?
I think it depends on the context of what else is in your deck. Like if you're running like Dante's deck and you have the Howl from Beyonds and Rip Through Realities, like Joker doesn't have that. Most of his stuff is 1 or 0. And he does have a decent amount of blues, I think. So he's usually like just kind of looking back on the games we've seen him play, he has been able to swing the Nebula Blade quite consistently and have the non-tech actions to do it. But with that, we are going to pitch blue, Shunt here and come in for 5. And there's the Husk.
Ooh.
Take my Husk, good sir.
Yeah, we can come over that Husk.
Gotta have a defense reactor, right? Because you don't just block 6.
Well, yeah.
I don't think he has, or he actually is running defense reaction.
He runs Fate for Seeing
Yeah,
Red.
he runs Fate for Scenes, but it doesn't look like he has them. Okay.
Ooh, then maybe that's not as high value of a Husk as you would want.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he still keeps the grip, right? Like you still like that damage is still prevented. He's still keeping those cards in hand.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
still has that big turn coming up. But that being said, we do have Dawnblade for 4, so we are going to demand another card plus a piece of armor.
Yep.
That being the Grasp of the Arc Knight. Oof.
Oh, and then the Iron Song.
So that's going to be the last Iron Song response I think we'll see this game, since the other one was pitched on turn 0.
Yep. I mean, you might see a blue one.
True. And
Yeah.
blues win games, let's be real.
Yeah, no, I've oh man, I've lost so many games to blue ones for sure.
Blue Iron
so,
Song and Blue Out for Blood are both just nasty cards.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's
even the blue out for blood getting the
Ghostly Visit?
reprise is so annoying. Yeah, it looks like a yellow ghostly visit, unless
I thought it was
I
red.
have to see.
There's the Morgan Skies. Okay, so, yep. Okay,
So it looks like he's
so
another Art of-
getting pretty lucky with these. I mean, the other Art of War is quite low value, but this one might be a bit better. But quite lucky to draw these Art of Wars back to back. Oh,
Ooh, and the soul reaping. Oh man.
man,
Oh.
that's hurt, dude.
he can play.
That is rough. Might be time to start blocking if you're if you're Sharif here.
For sure. I mean, you just gotta.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's tough too because the Snapdragons are still up. I mean, not that they're super relevant on this turn, most likely, but let's say if we do start kind of blocking very liberally as the warrior player, we will take some sort of incremental chip damage, and then we do have to face down the Snapdragon Scalers if we're not able to pressure our opponent.
Yep.
And we have the warrior as a counter as well. I hope Sharif doesn't opt to not block this in lieu of saving his counter, because that tends to not work out well versus Shane.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, obviously he's been playing, so he hasn't been watching the stream, but you definitely want to. I think this is where you just start blocking. You can't be taking all this damage, no matter how juicy that counter on your sword looks.
Yeah.
You got to realize that maybe it's time to give it up. You can't always keep those counters on the sword.
There's just so many good cards in Warrior that, a third of the cards in your deck are cards where you just go, man, I really don't want to block with this. I want to play this. But if you fall into that trap, you're never blocking, right?
Yeah.
And that can lead you to some dangerous situations, which is probably what we ended up seeing earlier, right? People were like, ooh, I can't block with my supremacy. I need that for my huge turn. But if you're taking damage that turn, you don't have the room for that big pivot turn.
Interesting.
Yeah.
We opt to block with armor on what is just a pure damage threat. One thing to note, though, is that Joker Jake's deck is loaded with a ton of hit trigger cards. So when that CNC comes, when those meet and greet comes, I think we're going to be feeling it a bit by blocking with that armor here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, at least on the upside, Chain really he breaks combat chains a lot, right? With non-attack actions, with Soul of Shackles, or with Chain's activated ability, technically. So, maybe he's hoping he can block a second time with those bracers and still have enough cards in hand to come back with some response for his counter. But, like you said, those Snapdragons are up. That's a dangerous proposition. In a race against Chain, you're probably scared.
Oh yeah, I'd be terrified. But yeah, it's just gonna be tough not having those boots. Like, I mean, it depends. Like, I don't know what's in Sharif's hand. Like, if it is something that could be game ending if he's able to keep it, maybe, right? But getting rid of the boots like that when it was only damage, rather than it's Nebula Blade for 4, it's threatening a Rune Chant, it's Meet and Greet threatening a Rune Chant, it's Command and Conquer for 7, taking away your arsenal. It's like so many things in this deck that you want to not get hit by.
And again, he's opting just to block straight damage, even though he can see there's enough resources left to come in with the Nebula Blade.
Yep. And I'm okay with blocking damage from hand. Like, I think the damage mitigation is huge right now for the warrior player. Snapdragon still being available, but I would have not put my boots in front of something that was pure damage, right? Because now we have Nebula Blade for 4, which is just going to be so painful.
Yeah. Well, my logic there was, okay, you've committed the armor, right? That's your plan for this turn.
Yeah.
So if you're blocking with armor on the non-on hit stuff, and then you're also blocking your hand on the non-on hit stuff, it seems like you're switching your plan mid-turn. There's an odd thing to do against Chain because you can see every card he has because it's coming out of his Spanish.
So I don't know how much this is for because Captain's Call does have a plus. Is it +2 on the yellow as well?
I think it's +2
Yeah.
on the yellow.
It says +2 on everything then.
So I think it's coming in for 6.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, so this attack for 6. I mean, you're only at 7 life. You really can't get lower than that. I think that you just block with 2 cards from hand and then pitch, swing your sword for 4. Call it a day.
I don't think so. I think you have to block with the last point on the gloves, go to 2. That way you can technically survive a Vexing Malice. I mean, you committed so hard. You need to stick to the Hail Mary plan, right?
I just don't like. I think that plan was made out of, like, it was made in a mindset that didn't understand that this was a possibility, right? So
Oh no, I agreed. But now that you're here, you have to stick to it because otherwise you've got one card hands against chain, and you're still on, 6-7 life, and he's banishing 3 a turn. He's got plenty of stuff to do if he gets extra pitch off of Nebula Blade, off of Grasp. I think you backed yourself into a corner here, and it's do you choose the Hail Mary, possibly quick death, or do you try to grind it out and pray?
Ooh, looks like he's gonna do that.
I think he's going with the Hail Mary, Demos. Alrighty, well, we'll see if the prayers pay off for him.
Yeah, it does survive the Vexing Malice. You're right.
Do we know? So we've banished one Vexing Malice. I think we pitched one really early as well. Do we know if he's just running the blues or is he running other colors? And
definitely didn't. Was there an early pitched Vexing Malice? If so, I missed it. But we do see courage here popped, and this is going to be Dawnblade for 7.
Yeah. Interesting that this was the turn he chose to save all his cards on. I think he was more keen on the counter than anything, which, as you said earlier, is a bit of a trap. I was thinking maybe if you're holding, Iron Song, or Determination, Supremacy, you see he has no armor left, maybe you can go for that with the courage. But if all you've got is a Valor.
Just a Valor.
This block interests me.
He might have those defense reactions in hand that we've seen in his deck before, so it might just be a little debate here.
Yeah,
I feel like
that's what it feels like. It feels like the Fade Foreseen, right?
Yeah, when you see
obviously only we know that, like Sharif has
exactly. When you see a chain deck, you don't think that there's going to be any defense reactions in there, so I feel like it'll really catch Sharif off guard here, especially because I feel like there's going to be a red Fade Foreseen.
Yeah, but I mean, even then, you can expect the last card to be a react, right? Coming out of Sharif's hand, and then he does get to swing for free for 4 afterwards, anyways. So you're not actively preventing a counter. I could see an argument for just 1 card block. I want to take 3 less damage because I can't really pitch it, I can't really play it, and I can bank on doing 2 damage to you next turn, depending on what I rip, right?
Interesting. Off the top.
Yeah, and then just swing again for 4. It's going to be a 2-card block, yeah, I was going to say, to be able to stop it. So I think you just take all the damage here, give him another counter, and
yeah, I think that
pray to God that despite the high variance,
I mean, this is it.
Rip 3 good cards off the top.
Yeah, I mean, this is the variance that we should see. I mean, he doesn't have Snapdragon Scalers. He literally might not be able to close out this game. This is going to be like...
And you have to get 3 good cards here.
Okay.
And Seeds of Bounding Demigod. All right.
That'll do, yeah.
Sometimes God just smiles upon you and says, "You know what?
Man, he really needed that non-attack action.
Here's
too,
a freebie
Puppetry.
for you. Oh, Shadow Puppetry too. Jesus.
This is. I think you can work. You can maybe work with this though. It's just that weapon swing.
It's technically survivable for Sharif, right?
Yeah, 5 pinging 1.
You're not happy in the spot it puts you in.
Yeah, so you go to 1, you block with 2 cards, and then he swings for 4, and you block with 2 cards. Oh god. Right?
Yeah,
it just rips the whole hand.
Man, If it's any other card,
It's-
than
yeah,
Founding
it's such a-
Demigod, you can't even use the blue seeds. You
I
know what I
know.
mean? It's so crazy.
Oh man, it's funny. Shane just feels like wizard sometimes now. It's like
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of classes that do, right? Sometimes any brute feels like it, depending on what you draw off of Blood Rush or what you draw off of Pulping or Hair Limb from Limb. I think any card that draws, or any deck that
5.
draws in the middle of their own turn, feels like Wizard for that reason. Right? You're changing the information that you have had going into the turn, and your opponent feels like, ooh, I lost to luck. Which in a lot of cases, maybe they did, but if you tune your deck to say, okay, if I rip 2 cards off the top, I've got X% chance to get something good. It's worth the risk.
The only chances that card is not a blue.
well,
and
it's a blue. So we
Yeah,
ripped the
I was
whole
gonna
hand.
say.
He's dead to
Yeah.
Vexing Malice. Like he's
Yeah.
probably
There's
won't
so
be
many
able to
things that
effectively
go.
deal with the rune chant damage as well.
Yeah.
Did he not take the rune chant there for some reason?
So
I
he
didn't
did.
see him-
It's just not updated on Joker J.
There we go. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
updated on Sharif's.
Yeah, no, that was his chance, but I don't know if you like I said, I was telling people in the tournament I was playing today. If you banish well on Chain, he's unstoppable.
Is that a shut up? Okay.
Nothing you can do. He did banish a. Oh man, Unhallowed Rites. So I believe it was a red as well, which is coming in for 4. If he has anything that can give him.
Yeah, it's just
damage,
like any
Mothering
4.
Sky
Like
is
it could be
good.
any non-attack action. If he adds a rune chant damage into that, it's lethal though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and
with 4
realistically,
cards in hand, it's
you've
pretty
got 4 cards, right? You can just pitch to make the rune chant because you've definitely got the resources to do it.
Yeah.
Assuming if your entire hand is completely unplayable, right? Assuming you can push
Sure.
Unhallowed Rites somehow, then you're stripping 3 cards. If you have enough resources to pay for Nebula Blade, you're stripping all 4.
Way of lethal, right?
Oh yeah, it's almost impossible not to, right?
Well, so this is only for 3
hand.
though. This is only for
Yeah,
3.
Bounding Demigod's only for 3.
So he might survive.
Coming in with a Rune Chant, and he actually can't play that Unhallowed Rites until he plays a non-attack action. So
Yeah.
if he doesn't have one, he doesn't have one.
Could we take 2 Blood Dead here and get Dawnblade for 3? Yeah.
Now ask him to read that card to you, Sharif, because I know you don't know what it does.
Oh man, my
You need
first
to
few
ask
games-
him to read it out because I've definitely made the mistake where I start playing out a card and I'm like, wait a minute, I have to play a non-attack action before I can do this.
Yeah, Bounding Demigod and Unhallowed
there's-
Rites both
yeah,
need.
There's a few of them. There's so many dependencies in Chain. I almost lost a sealed event because somebody played Crossroads and just never took it off their field, even when they took Blood Debt.
Even though they took Blood Debt, yeah.
Yeah, that's
they
lethal.
were taking like 1 or 2 Blood Debt a
Easter egg
turn,
for
and I
7,
was
yeah, that'll
It's
do
lethal.
it.
I didn't have any idea what was happening. But yeah, Easter Egg 7, you can.
Tough to
You're
see.
good. Good
You
game.
banish a blue seeds and a Bounding Demigod off the top. I mean, it's just what happens sometimes. It could have just as easily been that Easter egg that you're banishing off the top, but
I mean, Sharif committed to not blocking a turn that went so
Yeah.
wide.
yeah, I
Um,
think
yeah.
it's hard to come back from that. But even then, like it was still relatively close. We did just come down to what came off the top, right? Like if that.
and
Go ahead.
yeah, sorry, and that's one of the things that I'm really interested to see how the meta develops around Chain because they're one of the few heroes where you can see what they banish and go, okay, I'm like 85% sure I know what you're going to do on your turn. So you can plan out their turn and your own turn half the time, right? Which makes, even though they're going wide for attacks, you can kind of anticipate that early because it looks like we saw Sharif kind of half pivot into that, and then that decision was pretty costly for him, right? But once people learn more, I think it'll be interesting to see how you can more effectively plan your turn, knowing what Chain's going to play against you.
Yeah, for sure. All right, sweet. So I think we'll take a quick break before we go into the finals.
Yep, the other match is done, so
it's
it'll
done,
be
so we'll
pretty
just go
quick
straight
break,
in.
yeah.
So let's cut quickly to the be right back and then go into the finals. Do you know who won that match, by the way, Dante?
Emeron.
I think
I'm
that's
not sure what
Ira.
his Discord
So
name
that
is.
I think that's going to be Ira versus Shane, where I think Ira is slightly favored because the Flick Flack is so strong. But we will see. Just in some of the matches I've tested, it seems like that's kind of Shane's kryptonite, where Warrior is.
Are there matches where Flick Flack isn't strong? I
It's
think
just
the real
stronger. It's
question.
stronger in some. It's stronger
Yeah,
in
no,
some more
of
than the
course.
others. Yeah. But we'll jump to a quick break and then come back for the finals. So see you in probably 30 seconds. All right, welcome back to the finals of FAB Gauntlet Week 8. We have Joker Jake on Shane, and this is going to be, I think it's Amron. That's the name that he pronounced to me, on Ira. So do you know anything about this Ira player? I heard someone, I think it was, somebody had played him. Oh, Sharif was mentioning he had played him in some sort of tournament before. But yeah, obviously gotten pretty far here into the finals.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. I'm not familiar with the player at all, to be honest with you. I never heard of him, so must be pretty good though if he was able to get the finals of the Gauntlet. Remember, it was a 40-ish person tournament. I think exactly 40 people this week. So definitely a pretty big tournament. So it's not easy to get to the finals of, which is pretty cool to see a new hero in the finals for sure. We've been following a lot of games from this Chain player, and his deck is pretty spicy, pretty interesting, and it looks like it's doing pretty well for him today. So we'll see if he's able to get past the flick flacks from our Ira player.
Yeah, I think he was like heavily favored in the Warrior matchup, where in the Ira matchup, I don't know. I wouldn't say I just haven't tested it enough to say that Ira is like incredibly favored, but Flick Flack is a super strong card against any kind of go against strategy. Yeah, I know Shane will sometimes string together three, but still, I mean, just one Flick Flack turning off most of that turn is pretty brutal. Then again, the Husk is really good, and we do see the Ira player opting for the double Kadachi, which is interesting. I think there's an argument to run Needle here, even though Husk breaks it. You kind of run Kadachi and don't really use the Needle, doing your traditional like Kadachi CNC, Kadachi leg tap, like all of this normal kind of stuff. And then after they're below 13 life, you employ the Needle, which just puts them on even more of a clock.
Yeah, exactly. It's maybe he's been watching the stream and he knows that his opponent's running Fate Proceed, so he didn't run the Needle. But I think you run the Needle 100% of the time in this matchup. If you just see a chain, but I mean we'll see. Maybe he has the knowledge.
I think there's a logic to, running Kodachis and just saying, I want to put up as much pressure as I possibly can on the first 3 turns before they get 3 soul shackles, kind of thing. I don't know if it's the
without
right
having
logic,
to be worried. Yeah.
but I can see the thinking going.
Yeah, there's our CNC6. I'm really interested what card he arsenaled instead of Command
Yeah,
and
me
Conquer
too.
here.
I feel like Command and Conquer is the card to Arsenal.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow. Is this
turn
a turn
0.
0 armor block? Okay.
Holy moly.
And there goes a
Hmm.
seeds for us. By the way, let's pay super close attention to what Joker Jake does pitch this game, because if
Yeah.
anybody's gonna take him to the late game, it's gonna be an Ira.
Are we going to see double Art of War turn
I'm
1?
guessing,
Like,
yeah,
did he
two
not
Art of
block
War.
because he couldn't block?
Yeah, thinking that's got to be it, because otherwise there's no reason to not
Yeah.
just throw cards from your hand in front of that. So it has to be 2 Art of Wars in his hand.
There's a more run. So that's gonna be. There we go.
So there's
Yeah.
the 1 Art of
One.
War.
And the other's in hand, as we
Probably.
assume. Interesting that it wasn't pitched. I guess he drew an attack action. Yep, Bounty Demigod draws
Yeah.
2.
Oh, that's a good one you want to see.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't have the non-attack action
Prob-
blade yet to get it out.
Problem is you need that not
It's,
attack action. Oh, it's a time snap.
time snap potion.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Well,
What,
I mean, you're drawing 2, so you're hoping you'll get there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I actually like the time snap in this deck. I think I would like retrospective
Yeah.
definitely throwing in my Shane deck. Like it's super
Yeah, I
nice.
think-
Oh yeah, it's
I'm gonna try it out too. I think that's an awesome include.
it's a second Snapdragons, right? We've been talking about the Snapdragon turns make or break your wins. You can get a second Snapdragons on one of your, turn 1, 2, 3 when you're still building up shackles. You're set. You got 2 lethal turns or 1 super lethal turn.
Yeah, let's just see what he got off this Art of War.
He's thinking about it, which makes me think it's not the dream.
So we got the
I don't
Shane.
think so either.
So he didn't choose go again on Art of War.
He maybe chose +1. Oh,
Bounding-
the other Bounding Demigod. That is
So yeah,
that's interesting. Seeing both Bounding Demigons that early, I usually don't like, because it basically means my blue seeds are useless.
well I think it runs yellow, so
Yeah,
There's
just the blue ones in general though. Like you can
Mhm.
only use them for pitching, but I like stacking seeds and then being able to play them with a Bounding Demigon, and it's usually pretty helpful to have the blue ones there. But if both your Bounding Demigons have been played, then you can't use them basically, because there are no other cards in your deck that cost
there we
zero.
go. We just do the potion.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
a time snap. Yeah.
By the way,
Well, I mean,
that was Bounding Demigod before, so that was a +1 on the Art of War.
Yeah. In that instance, do you play the Bounty Demigod, or do you just pitch it and swing the Nebula Blade into Time
Well,
Snap?
I think that now we're on turn 1. He just wants to apply some pressure to this Ira, because like with these new aggressive Ira lines, you just don't want them to be able to run rampant with.
Pitched a Flick Flack. Do you think he has a Flick Flack?
Yeah,
in
I
his
think he has a
arsenal?
flick flack in Arsenal. Like,
Yeah.
why? I mean, there's
He's
no.
got a-
Why do you
I
play
don't know
the? Why would you not? Yeah,
Flack, yeah.
yeah. You would.
Well, I mean,
you'd
what
Arsenal
else would
this-
you choose to Arsenal over that CNC that we saw played?
Yeah, it's.
Right?
I mean, I honestly only think it's flick flack over CNC.
Tap for 5.
Like tap for 5. Oh, okay. Okay, so we have a fate for scene.
Fate,
Yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no reason to do that if he's not blocked with a favor scene here.
You're not committing armor unless you're
Yeah.
turning off that second mask tick, right?
You think we see a Rising Knee Thrust here?
Well,
The
that would,
God draw?
that would be Okay,
I
it's
don't
just gonna be
know. It's just a
nourishing emptiness.
In
Yeah.
Ninja, that's a bold choice.
That's the second Ira player today that we've seen running Nourishing Emptiness, by the way.
I mean, at
Is
least
there
it
something
blocks
that I
through-
don't is there something that I don't know? Did I read this card wrong? Because I feel like it is not that good. in
Okay,
Ira.
we get a husk.
I'm tempted to agree.
Yeah, I mean the nourishing emptiness is 2 for 6 right now. Like,
Yeah.
like
I mean,
No
it's better
abilities,
than
no
Brutal
idea.
Assault, so fair enough. And Brutal Assault isn't a bad option these days, right?
yeah, it is.
Well,
Maybe, maybe,
Well.
you're, yeah, okay, hold on.
As the
Maybe you're-
guy who was the first to bring Brutal Assault, I'm going to tell you it was a pretty bad option.
it's maybe you're overly cautious about prisms was the main point I was getting at there,
Yeah,
Okay,
for
I see,
sure.
yes.
right?
Shadow
The
Versa.
6 isn't good because it's 6. The 6 is good because it's 6 against prism.
Yeah. Which I would probably put in a yellow Raging Onslaught instead.
I mean, I'd probably agree with you, but after playing against some sealed, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people just went, "Wow, Prism needs dealing with." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's a bad Prism deck in sealed, because you just throw any card that says
Oh, I
illusionist
do.
in.
I think I do. I slap prisms all day.
No, okay. We've all got how many mats from slapping prisms. The point is, if all of your options are bad, Prism is the least bad.
For sure.
You know
It's
what
like
I mean?
the Bravo of the format.
Exactly. Everything blocks 3. Well, I guess except Phantasmify.
And
Just
all
the
the
easiest
generics.
deck to build out of nothing, basically.
Exactly,
If you
and
don't have
everything's
anything, then you play
overtuned.
Prism. If
But-
you have stuff, then you play something else.
We're not here to argue about Prism. We're here to
True, this
watch
is not a sealed
annoying-
tournament.
yeah. We're here to watch annoying small amounts of damage, 2 physical, 1 arcane coming in. It's got Go Again off the banish. It looks like.
I want to see a meet and greet. We haven't seen one for a while out of Joker, but those cards are so good in his deck. And just the incremental arcane damage is not fun to block on the other side of the table at all.
Exactly. You've got pre on hit. You've got post on hit.
Yeah, you've actually got like so many reasons not to do it, to commit a card to that 1 arcane damage, but then the meet and greet comes in, has Go Again, and has an on-hit trigger of a Rune Chant. It's a lot to deal with.
And especially now that Iras are running, 14, 16 blues in their decks, the odds that you get 2 and you're okay pitching 1 to deal with arcane threats is,
Oh, there's
there
the
we go.
meet and greet, Brendan. There you go. Happy birthday, buddy.
Painful.
Yeah, that's rough. You,
Is that a yellow? I think it's yellow Bounding Demigon, so this deck is Marvin's Guy's Bounding Demigon on the bottom.
Now keep in mind, this is an Ira deck, so being able to put out a lot of damage and a lot of pressure with just 2 cards from your hand is definitely very possible.
All right. Let's hold on a
So
sec,
it
though.
doesn't-
Like, what the heck is in his arsenal if he's not flick-flacking this? Like,
Yeah,
I'm... Because, like, you would flick-flack the Shadow of Ursa if it wasn't red. But the only reason you would not flick-flack Shadow of Ursa is if it's blue or yellow. Even then, I would probably still do it. But then you would definitely flick-flack Meet and Greet. So, what's in the arsenal? Like...
I was just building up to that, Brendan.
Oh, were you? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were all bursting at the seams on that one. But
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I have absolutely no clue what is in that arsenal now. I thought for sure a red flick flack. I thought there was no way that it's not.
Yeah, because if it was blue or yellow, you just put it on the Shadow of Ursa and then...
Exactly.
is it well? Okay, so now the logic has to be, it's
a,
not a flick flack.
It's a threat, right? It has to be a threat.
It's a threat, but then what threat is better than CNC? Is it an E-strike that he's hoping to snap dragons on some turn? Like,
I'm just trying to think if there were scenarios where he'd want to play Razor Reflex in the past. I think there's like I don't remember the exact resources, but like Razor Reflex is a big fan favorite to chuck in the arsenal and sit there for a long time.
Yeah.
I
mean-
prefer the CNC though.
Yeah, for sure. And it
be
it
like
could
you-
be the second CNC, like
Yeah.
like Tiny Guy said, like it could totally be a second CNC. Like right now, I was after we pitched a flick flag too. We pitched a flick flag. I mean, maybe we couldn't clear the arsenal, but we pitched a flick flag versus Shane, where like that's your best card, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if it was a Razor, you could have cleared it because you played a leg tap, right? And they blocked exactly for 5 on it, showing you the fate foreseen.
Yeah.
If you're actively trying to clear a Razor out of Arsenal, that's probably your window. Right? You've seen their defense react, you push the 3 damage, you put your flick flack in there, have
Yeah.
them stay.
I think if our Arrow player plays with a dead arsenal, there we go.
Oh,
it's a sigil.
okay.
Why wouldn't
Wait,
you
then
play
why
that?
wouldn't
Wait a minute. I am confused.
Because he had to turn 0. He had to turn 0.
Is there next level tech that I'm unaware of?
No, that's free
No.
3 life turn.
I know. I'm as puzzled as you are. I'm trying to give him maybe some credit on a line of logic we haven't seen, even
I'm
if we
losing my
disagree with
mind.
it.
I
I'm
can't
losing my
believe
mind.
when Tiny Guy said that it was like somebody in chat said it was a sigil. I was like, no, it couldn't be because he had it.
I mean, why would it be?
I wonder if we see a CNC
Yeah.
here. This is like such a good combination of cards that came out of Monarch. I've always said it a million times, but it's painful to go up against.
Oh, he's pitching a red, so definitely not a CNC.
I mean,
Unhallowed.
I don't think I'm
Unhallowed
as
rights,
convinced. Is that unhallowed rights? I can't quite.
Yeah,
see.
for
Yeah,
5.
it is.
Yeah, okay,
Keep
okay.
keep in mind he still does get to use the effect. I'm not
Mhm.
sure if he has the seeds of. He does. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it's a red one though. Which is
It's a
what you
yellow
wanna be
one.
Putting in, it's a yellow. That's fine. Same thing. Put the
Which
yellow
I
on
mean,
the
I think you're
bottom.
also happy about because he's running so many 1 costs. He's not running a lot of 2 costs.
Yeah,
If
that's very true
if
actually.
if you draw the yellow, that's fine because odds are he's not keeping exact track of what's in his hand and what's being ripped with soul shackles. I think the yellow is that perfect sweet spot. You're happy no matter what.
Wait, so I'm trying to run through this sigil because someone in chat says no. Just held on to it. No point in playing it if you don't have another to chuck into Arsenal. So he had a turn 0, so it's a free sigil. He also played out a Command and Conquer, which let his opponent freely filter his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So you just don't play the CNC, or even if you play the CNC, you still play the sigil, probably. I mean, it's free. I mean, it's the same thing in Arsenal, but like the best case is you just don't play the CNC, you don't let your opponent
Yeah, you
filter
just
the hand,
Arsenal the
and then
CNC.
you play the sigil, right?
You got to
Yeah.
remember too that if you arsenal the CNC, it basically allows you to block with your entire hand except a blue card, and then you just go Kadachi CNC, which is like the classic combo. You're not taking damage from chain early, which is what you want to be avoiding doing anyway. And if he does end up arsenaling a card, you're threatening the arsenal, and if not, you're at least threatening a lot of damage. So
I
I
do.
just feel like there's no reason not to.
I retract my
Arsenal
statement
the
though
CNC.
that I don't think that we will actually see the bottom of Jake's deck with like the damage has gone a lot faster than I expected because we haven't seen a single flick flag played.
Yeah.
Very true.
So we are actually like down at 8. Like, it's on the Shane. Like it's on Shane. He's the aggressor. He will push the damage.
He has to. He's got Husk in there, right?
Yeah. And it's just
which means-
naturally what the deck does. So it's
Yeah.
like not the Ira player won't even have the choice to mitigate most of it. We're going to see a Snapdragon Scalers on the E-Strike for 7.
Flying kick for 7 here.
Other CNC.
Other
Surging
CNC,
militia.
Flying kick, yeah. The tech, of course. I would assume flying kick here, to be honest.
Yeah,
Because we haven't
although-
seen one yet, but
Now, okay, as much as
We'll
we're
see.
bashing
Yeah.
the
There you go.
turn 1 command, it did get armor, right?
Yes,
As in-
but
But
because he couldn't.
listen, the only reason it got armor
I
is
know,
because
I
the
know.
opponent did not, like, unless he's a mind reader and he's like, oh, you don't have any cards that can block in your hand, here's a Command and Conquer for you. Then,
No, I know. We're all on the same thought train here, but sometimes
Ooh, down to
the
1. Okay.
what I tend to call the wild card strategy
So
pans out.
yeah, so hold up. We're on 1 card in hand. We're on 1 card in hand. Do or die. 3 off the top. Must find lethal at 8. Surely not.
No,
one
not with
ghostly
a ghostly visit.
Not gonna do it, and yeah,
I
you
mean,
still have your
not
Carrion
with
Husk.
anything, right? Like,
No,
That'd be
I
pretty-
don't think there is any way. You do have the time snap, which is handy, but
You don't have cards
not
to...
handy enough. Oh, you still have the boots actually too. but
Yeah,
you
you
just
literally-
don't have enough cards to be able to play. You'd have
no,
to.
it's a resource issue at this point.
Yeah, exactly. You've got more action points than cards. Oh,
Yeah,
he's popping up.
oh, he is using the 2 action points there though.
What else is he gonna do? He's gonna die.
Pitch.
might as well pop, right? Okay.
Yeah, play
It's on hit trigger. I would. I mean, you just take the 1, right? Or you can let him have the rune chain, I guess, or you can toss 2 in front of it. It's kind of whatever. He's
Yeah,
got.
well,
Well, it
You
doesn't- it
wouldn't
doesn't
toss.
matter.
Yeah.
you toss 2 on this, you toss 2 on Ghostly Visit. And
No,
it
he's gonna
doesn't matter.
he's gonna snap. It's gonna be 4, but I guess you're right. It doesn't matter.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
'cause-
You die to the Carrion Husk anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you toss 2 here, toss 2 there. You take 4. You go to 4, and it's over.
Yeah, there's unless he chooses not to block. And
That would, yeah.
throw the
So that's what I'm
game.
saying. Is like
Yeah.
I know we say all this, but we're gonna see like a no blocks like for sure.
Yeah. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to commentators curse it. But okay, thank you.
Oh,
there's-
and the
there's the
flicky.
Oh, and a
flack.
flick flack. Okay, yeah. There's just no way. Put in here with the ghostly visit.
Does he have anything
Block
to
it.
do with this go again? I don't think so.
No, and
Yeah.
then one from Blood
alright.
Debt, and that's game.
There's
We
the other
almost saw
CNC.
Shane take it out, but he is very happy. You can tell.
Very interesting games to watch people learn the new meta in real time.
Yeah.
No?
No, it's like the Shane deck is really, you gotta learn on the fly because there's a lot going on. Especially like it can be built so many different ways. Like we see Joker Jake run the meet and greets, but there's other cards that care about rune chant damage, like Consuming Volition, also from Crucible War. There's Rip the Reality, and there's also Pierce the Shadow Vise, and there might even be a few missing. But and like that's the thing about Shane is like. When you look at Viscera, it was like you would build up like these significant amount of rune chants. Your opponent would devote like multiple cards to blocking them all at a single point. But at Shane, it's just like this one or two. It's really inefficient to block when you don't have the information of like what's in their hand, and then you get hit with like a meet and greet because you didn't block it and it has go again. It's just a hard scenario to be in.
I'm curious to see how blue heavy decks do against that specific element of the arcane damage.
Yeah, I don't think it's about resources though. So that's the thing is like it's more about the committing the card because like if you commit one card, if it's blue, like if you're committing one card to what is only one rune chant damage, it's inefficient. So like if you don't have any information, if there's like a meet and greet or consuming volition or like any of these things that are going to care about the rune chant damage, any amount you pitch, if you're only expecting that one rune chant, is going to be essentially inefficient because you would be able to block for more unless it's like a zero block or something like that. So there's like this weird like there's I don't know, the math is actually pretty hard when you're thinking about it. It's kind of like a bluffing game.
It definitely is, and 100% of that decision is going to come down to okay, I hit them with some decently threatening stuff last turn. They chose not to block, and then they lead off their turn with an arcane damage. You know, at that point, you're going to consider what have I seen out of their deck so far? What are the odds that this arcane will trigger some on hits? So it goes back to that thing of, you know, half the reason Dorinthia is amazing is because your opponent needs to make gambles without information. And Chain, I think, does a lot of that same stuff, even though half their hand is open in their banish zone. Those one or two cards that they do have hidden can be some nasty surprises.
Yeah.
They're not reactions, but they act like reactions because they work that way off the on hits.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we see Chain develop in the meta in the coming weeks because I think Chain is just an incredibly powerful deck, a very fun deck, a very complicated deck. Like the sequencing on Chain is very hard, but then again, like Chain is going to fall into like it. At least it seems like it falls into this classic category where it struggles versus one of the most popular decks in the format, which is Ira, because of Go again and because of these flick flacks. We didn't see it on too much display during this match, but you know, say we had seen a flick flack on like every single, you know, combat chain that Joker Jake has started, like it's pretty painful to face. So I wonder if Shane will be able to, not Shane in general, but aggro Shane will be able to kind of grow into that, or if it's going to get bullied by Ira.
I'm trying to think, you know, can you do a slower chain where you do play out crossroads and you try to ping them for 2 damage on 2 card hands?
The answer is like
how Ira does.
The answer
I think
is
the
yes,
answer is,
but maybe not in Blitz, right?
Yeah. I think Chain is going to be better in CC than in Blitz, to be honest, because you have more time, you have more thinking, you have more setup. You know you're going to be running through your deck because you've got 60 cards, 40 life instead of 40 cards, 20 life. But in Blitz, I'm curious. I think Ira just does the, you know, chip 2 card hand thing better than Chain. So I don't know if you can use that as an out, but maybe there's a cool list out there that can do that in specific instances.
I mean, there's one thing that Shane can do that Ira definitely can't. Where like I remember like this is kind of like my marquee like example is I was playing Shane versus Dante in a mirror. I was on 9 life. He was on 1. He had Husk, and he conceded the game before he drew his hands, and they drew lethal.
It is a classic Dante to do that. Yeah, it is.
Because Shane can just do like 15, 25 damage, like almost like no problem sometimes, depending on what cards you have. But yeah, it's
back
crazy.
when I was back when I was putting together my Rattler deck, we would play the first turn, and half the games would just be concessions off of that Dante Classic. If I come in with a turn one combo or whatever. But yeah, Chain is very interesting to see how it's going to go, and I think it will be a deck that forces the meta to build around it.
Or
And-
just like Ira hates it outright.
One of the two.
Yeah, one of the two. But
I
for
mean,
sure,
maybe, but I don't know. I think there's enough diversity now that people are playing Dorinthia enough into Ira that we may be able to get a very lopsided triangle, because Dorinthia doesn't win outright against Ira, but there's I don't think Ira's gonna stay as dominant and be able to hate him out. And if she does, I'm gonna be disappointed. This might be wishful thinking rather than proper analysis, but you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
But with that, we will close out. That was our finals for week 8. It's crazy. I think we've gone a total of 8 Gauntlet tournaments. It's been quite a ride, and I can't even acknowledge that ride without shouting out Deck Edge. He's been there since day one. Puts up all the prizes for these tournaments. This one specifically is win a box and raffle box. So for the price of only $5, these players not only had a chance to win an entire box of Unlimited, but just for entering, they were also put in a raffle to, get another box. So if you're able to get in, his Patreon is kind of the creme de la creme of cheap MSRP products. It is quite competitive from what I understand, but he does open spots specifically for Gauntlet. And if you are looking to get in, I do recommend you message him and tell him you came from Gauntlet, and you might be able to sneak your way in there. Great for collecting and great for playing. So big shout out to Jason over at Deck Edge. Big supporter. And with that, we will be back next week on Saturday. We may move to Mondays after Skirmish Season 2 starts, but for the foreseeable future, in this month we will be on Saturday. I'm going to switch that cam one sec. We will be on Saturday, and that will be at 8 p.m. Eastern. Same place. This stream, this Discord. We'll be playing Blitz again. We'll explore more formats of the future if we can move to like a 2-day format. But we hope to see you there. Thank you so much for watching, and see you next week.
Good night, everybody.
Net.